Station Houston, Space to Ground 2 for TC and follow-up.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here to the launch pad. And you are looking at a live view from the International Space Station, where Starliner has been docked for 93 days, 4 hours, and 11 minutes, and it will only be on station for another 3 hours if everything goes to plan, as the Boeing Starliner is ready to leave the International Space Station. Crews are on board station are preparing for undocking, set to occur just over 3 hours from now. We will be staying live through all of Starliner's return to Earth here tonight. We have a deorbit burn scheduled for 8 hours, 13 minutes from now, if undocking and departure of the ISS area is successful, with touchdown targeting right at the beginning of a new day, 8 hours, 56 minutes from now. We'll be bringing you live updates as we follow the location of the International Space Station and Starliner over the next 9 or so hours as we attempt to see if Boeing Starliner could come home. It is leaving its crew on board, that crew now becoming part of Expedition, beginning a long-duration stay on the International Space Station, set to stay on board until February, where they will come home as part of half of Crew 9. Now, this interesting thing with today, Starliner is leaving, which means we will officially have more astronauts than seats on the International Space Station for safe procedures or for emergency evacuation. NASA has put a procedure in place with SpaceX's support and planning to be able to have Butch and Sunny take refuge in the crew capsule, which you can see there on your screen, should they need to at any point until the Crew 9 Dragon comes up, where they will have 2 designated suits. If for any reason they need to get into the Crew 8 capsule and depart the space station, they will be doing so unpressurized, not in a spacesuit, and they will be evacuating the station should they have to in that sense. But we, of course, are hoping that doesn't happen, and all eyes are on Starliner here today, with undocking scheduled just 3 hours from now. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream. This has been a big story we've been following for 93 days. This was a 8-day mission 93 days ago. We all thought it could be extended, 10, 12 days. None of us thought it would be a quarter of a year. But here we are, and we're excited to see Starliner come home and have the Boeing crews start their investigation onto everything that happened. And we'll have to wait and see the next time we see Starliner fly. It may be a bit of time. We're going to be answering your guys' comments and questions. You can send those in all night long in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and I'll work on answering those live, sometimes in the chat, sometimes on commentary as we bring updates. We are listening in to the live station-to-ground communications loops as well, so anything that we are hearing, just as we were getting ready to go live here a couple of hours earlier than we originally planned, the station called down asking about they're dealing with some trash, and they're obviously moving some trash somewhere, and they said, what type of flavor of trash are we allowed to use in this? And station ground took a minute, came back to them and said, any regular trash is just fine. So it's always fun to hear station-to-ground communication. So we've got those patched in. These are live views from onboard station. Starliner is hiding behind that silver module of the station, but it is still there, as undocking is 2 hours, 57 minutes from now. As we get started, though, take a moment, hit the like button. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. We want to hear from you. We also have a poll running in the chat. How do you think the Starliner return is going to go? Do you think we're going to see an undocking scrub or failure? We kind of merge those two together. Is Starliner going to get stuck in orbit? Is it going to leave the ISS, but is something else going to happen? Is it going to have a reentry failure, or do you think Starliner will have a successful landing? Of course, that's the one we're hoping for. Glad to see 43% of you want to see that too, but interestingly enough, 36% think Starliner is unsafe for crew to come home and will actually have a reentry failure. Really interesting to see. Lots of people tuning in from all over the world. We're glad to have you. We got Michael in Bermuda. Keith is in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Love Ottawa. Josh is in New Hampshire. Carl says a big hi from Greenland. Great to see you. B-Dog is from Bloomington, I believe it's Illinois. And we got people tuning in. D-Boots in Newport, UK. Master Sauce is in Ottawa as well. We got Patty in Massachusetts. The Moon Man is in Michigan. We got Deborah in North Carolina. Chaz is in Birmingham, UK. Phil is in Traverse City. David's in Northern Ireland. We got Rich in the UK. Jamie's in England.
Janet, for a little help in Columbus, please.
Listening into that station-to-ground communications. Always amazing to hear from the orbiting laboratory.
Spot on 2.
And Janet, thanks for calling back. We would like to get a little help from you to perform a reboot of a laptop which is showing frozen from ground. If you're ready to copy, I give you the details.
Okay, I'm in the Columbus. Which laptop is it?
The laptop is the iCall. This is located in the starboard end cone on the aft section. I recommend to first have a quick check on the LAN cable connection. If there is no change from ground that we can verify afterwards, you should please perform the reboot of the laptop.
Okay, I'm by the laptop. Stand by. Munich station on 2.
And Jeanette, Munich is back with you on 2. Please go ahead.
Okay, so when I came over, there were no lights on the Ethernet cable. Now I see the amber and green lights flashing as normal. Should I put some Kapton tape over it to keep it connected?
And Jeanette, also from ground, we can actually see now a good connection, so apparently that solved the issue. Give us a few more seconds to verify that everything is green on our end.
Okay, great. I'm in Columbus taking pictures, and I'll be
Took a quick pause there to listen into the station-to-ground communication. Sounds like they're getting ready to reboot a laptop on board. Not all of this we're going to hear is going to relate to the Boeing Starliner's undocking, as many other things are happening, as it is the day rotation on station. Lots of people that were tuning in from around the world. We'll do a few more shout-outs here. We got Dancer in Berlin, Germany. We got Chaz in Birmingham, UK. Verika is in Norway. We got Hyde in French... maybe Canada. Jason's in Cornwall, UK. We got Zoltan in Hungary. Welcome. Funda is in Maine. SP's in Portland, Oregon. We got Athena in Lacey, Washington. Peter's in Denmark. I see Mark in Tennessee. Fun is in UK. We got Caitlin in Chicago. Socials in Sweden. Stefan is from Portugal. We got Tim watching from St. Augustine, Florida, down the road. Wilson is in California. Dak is in the UK as well. Steven's in Tacoma, Washington. Tanya is Wisconsin. Tiven is in Finland. Great having all of you tuning in. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad. Here at the Launchpad Network, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. And this is if your first time ever joining us, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We bring you full live launch coverage, docking, undocking, and return to Earth. We're getting ready to relaunch our second channel, the Launchpad News, bringing you the latest space news every day of the week. And we also bring you that over at tlpnetwork.com. That's where you can access our launch calendar, our news website, and more as we continue to expand that platform, bringing you the best access to everything space from around the world and for free. That is our goal, is to bring you that best possible access. We got lots of things planned for the rest of the year. We've got an incredibly busy launch schedule for the rest of the year. I'm not even going to name all the missions. I'm just going to name all the rockets that are flying in the next 60 days. Falcon 9 Crew, Falcon 9 Cargo, Falcon Heavy, H-2A, Electron, Soyuz, Starship, Vulcan, H-3, Alpha, a different Soyuz, Pallas 1 on a demo flight, Vega C, a different type of Soyuz, and that is all happening by November. This is truly going to be an incredible end of the year. We've, of course, got a bunch of long marches in there. We've got New Glenn as well, Ariane 6. We may see one of the Haste Electrons. There is going to be so many things. We've got an LVM-3 out of India later in the year as well. Lots and lots of different exciting rockets set to launch the rest of the year, and we hope that you'll join us here at the Launchpad as your launch provider. We bring you the best coverage we can of every launch from around the world that we can, and we'd love to have you as part of our community. We do have our Discord. We're hanging out. I'll be jumping in live comms when I'm not on commentary here, hanging out, answering some of your questions there. You're welcome to join. Our Discord is open to everyone. There's no membership fee to get in, but we do have a members area. And if you like what we do, want to support what we do, we just moved TLP from Canada down here to the Florida Space Coast. We're expanding our equipment and our crew to bring you better coverage around the world. You can hit that join button down below. 99 cents a month gets your name lit up in that beautiful Go Green in the chat. You get our TLP helmet next to your name, which changes colors the longer you're a member. And you get access to our members-only area of the Discord, where we're going to start doing some members hangouts and different things as we get set up. But if you're just joining us, we are 2 hours, 49 minutes and counting from the expected time of undock. This is the time that NASA has confirmed they are targeting undocking from the International Space Station. We're 8 hours, 2 minutes from deorbit burn of Starliner, if everything goes well with the departure, and we are 8 hours, 45 minutes from Starliner touching down in White Sands, New Mexico, at the recovery zone. Starliner lands on land, and they are all getting ready down on site for that. Starliner in space, 93 days, 4 hours, take a couple minutes off because it launched, 15 minutes since it arrived in space. 8-day mission, extended to over 93, ready to come home, but without her crew. And we're going to bring you the latest updates over the next 9 hours as we watch Starliner attempt to come home. If you haven't yet, hit the like button and send in your questions. You can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we will work on answering those as we continue through today's broadcast. But if you do that tag, that's going to help us spot it in the chat, and we'll work on answering those. But stay with us. We're going to listen into space to ground, the communication loop from the space station, and I'll be back with another update shortly. Stay with us right here on the Launchpad Network.
Houston on 2 for Stowage.
With you on 2, TC.
Hey, Cindy, I'm in that step, I think it's 105 or 106, I can't remember. Anyway, I'm putting stuff back in the corridor. So there's a 4.0 5013. It's labeled NG21 food. Anyway, when I do the bar scanner, it says that it belongs in the location where I just put the 10.0. So can you guys tell me where that ought to go?
Hey, TC, we're checking. While we're looking into that, I've got 2 other items for you if you're ready to copy.
Yeah, bye.
Test 1-1.
Hey, Cindy, I'm ready to copy, but just
Test 1-1.
Came in to give me some history on that bag. And ISO probably knows this as we speak, but I think that 4.0 bag is in the corridor because there was this shuffle that Butch did during a cargo transfer activity he had where that one came out, was supposed to go in starboard 2, but there was already a food 4.0 there, so he left it in the corridor, is my understanding.
Okay, thanks, TC. Yeah, that sounds familiar to us. ISO is just going to double-check some of his documentation to confirm that's expected. And the 2 items I had for you...
Okay, and I'm now ready to copy.
Yeah, so the 2 items I had for you first, when you were using the common trash to fill the nooks and crannies earlier, whenever you're done with the cargo ops, if you could give us a % of a JSB you think that you used of common trash to fill those nooks and crannies, that would be really helpful.
I put it in the crew note and stow note, but it was the equivalent of about 5 bags. I emptied the JSB. I put the number in stow track of that empty JSB, and it was roughly 5 trash bag liners full of dry trash. That's about what it was. And then the foam trash, the dense foam, was about, it took about 55 to 60% of the 10.0.
Okay, TC, that's perfect. That's exactly what ISO needed. Sorry that we didn't see your notes before he asked you the question.
No problem. Was that all number 1, or is there another one?
Second item for you, unrelated to stowage. Pluto would like to come on board to your SSC to do some additional troubleshooting. Do you have a 2-hour window that you could go hands-off? And it could be while you're sleeping.
Now is probably... Yeah, I would prefer this while we're sleeping, because right now is a really bad time. Can Pluto answer the question of what happened last night? Or does Pluto... Was my words in the DPC this morning clear?
Yeah, and TC, your words were great. It's very clear. We understand. Unfortunately, we just need to come back on board and try again.
Okay. So if what I described is clear, then I would say to come on board while I'm sleeping is good. Except, tell me like I'm a 6-year-old. What state I need to leave my SSC in? Like, just tell me like I'm a 6-year-old. Probably a 6-year-old probably knows better about these things than I do, but you know what I mean.
DC, I'm getting those words for you. Stand by 1.
Houston on 2 for cargo transfer.
With you on 2, TC.
I'm going to make a wag that took me an hour and a half more than, I think total I spent close to 3 hours. It's still like 3 hours, 2.5 hours. And that was including that step 102, which all told, that probably took as much time as putting the foam in there. Just clearing out starboard 4 and getting the straps out of the way in order to put it there and then have straps to strap it. So I'm just, for whoever's keeping count of cargo transfer hours, I just wanted to report that.
Got it, TC. Thank you so much. Yeah, it is very important that you guys report the actual hours spent, so we're taking that back. And I have an answer for you on the food CTBs if you're ready to copy.
Hope what I'm copying is that they belong in a corridor of Cygnus, because that's where I put that 5013.
Hey, so TC, so understand that they're currently temp stowed in the corridor. So big picture, we're expecting there to be 2 4.0 CTBs of food. One of them needs to go in the aft 4, position 2, and then the other one needs to go into the starboard 2, location 1 outer layer. And you can report to us which serial number ends up in which location.
Cindy, what I can tell you is that whatever the number was of the 4.0 that was originally in the starboard 2, and I think it's _12 position, it's the same. It never moves. Does that ring true with what ISO knows?
So I think what you're saying is there was already a 4.0 CTB of food in the starboard 2, location 1 location, and you didn't move it.
If I understood Butch correctly, yes, because of I never touched it. There was an activity that he had previously, I don't know what day, but he said that he was supposed to move that 4.0 that I reported, which I think was 5013, that was that IMS thinks is in the starboard 4 _12, where I just put the 10.0. He had an activity to move it from there to the starboard 2 location, but because there was a similar item there, he talked with you guys that he would just leave that there, and then I guess temp stow the 4.0. I really don't know. I think he would be more clear than I'm being right now. But so that 4.0 that he took out of the starboard 4 is kind of free float, and I just put it back in the corridor. If you want it back in the aft 4 _12 location or 22 location, can it be another day? Because I just filled that corridor back with the gop of JSDs and foam trash and big box foam trash that's there. It's a little crazy in there.
Stand by, Houston. If you look at Stow Track item 97, the crew comments, the crew note, all this about 4.0 CTB 5013 and 5197, which is now in starboard 2, is in the crew note. And I spoke to ISO this morning about it as well. So I verbally did it and also wrote the crew note, which should clear it all up.
Okay, Houston copies all. I think we have a good understanding of where the bags are at, and absolutely, TC, we're going to table this for now, and we'll follow up another day. So no additional action required this evening.
Okay, thanks. And I took photos of the bird stow track of Starboard 4 and Port 4, and I will have those on SSC 19 momentarily.
SSC 19, thanks.
Houston, one more thing. I also wrote a crew note that I took photos of Starboard 2 on SSC 6, and that's probably been 4 or 5 hours ago.
Okay, thanks so much, Butch. We don't have the pictures yet, but we'll look for them. Butch Houston on 2 for Everywhere app at your convenience.
Houston on 2, did you call for Everywhere?
Hey, Mike, I was actually calling Butch on a follow-up to his crew note about the Everywhere app.
Okay, I'll let him answer. Yeah, I see the Everywhere app is back on my iPad.
Okay, great. That's what we were hoping. Just wanted to confirm and follow up with you. Thanks.
Thank you. Huntsville Matt on 2.
you on 2, go ahead.
I'm doing this stir stow activity for the CTV that was temp stowed in the lab. I'm not familiar with this experiment because I didn't do it, so I'm trying to figure out what stuff is in the bag. And I'm guessing from context that lines 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 should be indented under Soapy kit. Is that true?
Matt, I'm hearing that no, that's not true. Those items were not put into the Sophie kit yesterday, so they're independent.
Okay, so I've got a bag with Sophie kit in it that has stuff in it. All right, I'll try and figure out where this stuff goes.
Matt, Huntsville's back with you just for some flexibility. If you find those items in the kit, they can just stay in the kit. That's okay.
Do you have an inventory for what goes in the kit?
Check.
On the outside of the bag, there is a list of items that go with the Sophie kit, but those aren't always accurate after launch.
And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome here to the launch pad and our continuing live Starliner return to Earth coverage. We are now just under 2 hours from the scheduled undocking of the Boeing Starliner Calypso spacecraft, leaving her crew on board the International Space Station as it returns to Earth. Originally supposed to only spend 8 days in space, Starliner launched 93 days ago, and we are now just 2 hours away from that scheduled undock, just over 7 hours from the deorbit burn, with touchdown just under 8 hours from now. NASA's going to be coming on and off the air a couple of times, and of course we will patch them in so you can hear the latest from them around the undock and the touchdown, but we're going to be staying live throughout the entire time, bringing you the latest updates of everything Starliner as we get closer and closer to this undock. The International Space Station currently passing over the northern part of Africa, heading into the Mediterranean. We'll be continuing to follow its position and listening into the live station-to-ground communications as we get closer and closer to that undocking point. The hatch was closed yesterday on Boeing Starliner as it was prepared for today's mission. Now, I know we had some people asking questions on where will they be able to see Starliner. It is targeting landing at White Sands, New Mexico. That's the space harbor where the shuttle could come back. But due to that, and the trajectory they're taking is from the west, So it's going to be very limited on who's actually able to see Starliner. Looks like we got some lightning there on the screen from the downward-facing camera. Starliner's path will take it over the southern portion of Baja California, the northern bit of northwest Mexico, and then straight into New Mexico. So if you're right on the border of Arizona and New Mexico, you might be able to see it. The rest of the country, most likely, you're not going to be able to. But you still got 7 hours till touchdown, 7 hours to deorbit burn. So if you happen to be in the area, definitely worth a chance. Might be able to take a drive a little bit closer and see that. Of course, if you see photos or videos, make sure to send those in to us on the TLP Discord, and we'll try to pull some of those up on screen when Starliner is coming home. We will have the live camera views from NASA and Boeing at that time. We're expecting them to treat this like a Dragon return, so we should have some great views of Starliner making its return to Earth. Now, we're answering your guys' comments and questions in the chat. You can keep sending those in by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on continuing to answer those. I'm just catching up on comments in the chat. We also want to hear from you on how do you think the Starliner return is going to go. Do you think that it is going to undock successfully, or do you think it is going to be stuck in orbit, or do you think there's going to be a reentry failure, or do you think successful landing? I'm going to be back bringing you more commentary updates every 15-20 minutes as we get closer to that undock period, so stay with us right here on the Launchpad Network.
Station, Huntsville, Space to Ground 2 for Matt and Space Ted at your convenience.
Huntsville on 2, I can take a message for Matt.
Hey, Mike. Just real quick, we were Matt downlinked the files for us from the Space Dead payload yesterday, but we're not seeing them down here. We were wondering if he knew SSC and folder that he put those on, just trying to track them down.
Okay, we'll check. And tell me again the name of the payload.
Space Ted.
Okay, nope, that'll be Space Dead. We'll check.
Alright, ACR, this is Commentator on Ficker 1-2 with a voice check for Starliner departure coverage, counting from 3, 2, 1.
Houston on 2 for Sunny, and monitoring tools checkout.
With you on 2, I'm in the cupola, just finishing up my procedure here.
Okay, copy. Sounds like we're in sync. Just wanted to confirm that we are go for you to check out PCS, RPOP, and SSE for vehicle monitoring. We're expecting you to perform steps 1.1, 2.4, 5.1, 5.3, and 5.4 in 1.401 CST 100 monitoring tool setup.
Roger that, and I'm just finishing it up, and I'll give you the call when I finish.
Houston, copy.
Okay, Houston, on to PCS, RPOP, SSCs are configured for vehicle monitoring.
Houston, copy. Thanks.
Houston on space ground 2.
TC with you on 2.
Are we making big loop calls on 1 as usual, or are we making them on 2?
Hey, Sonny, sorry, I thought that was TC calling. We are making them on space to ground 2.
Okay, just checking. Thanks.
Maxwell's here, ready to talk about Ted.
I heard you called. You're asking where the data is. I show it in the OCA down folder for Huntsville, data.zip. It's still there.
Do you have a particular SSC, or is it already just in the folder?
I mean, it's a shared drive. It's everywhere. It's on a T drive now. Now that I'm seeing it, I'm realizing what happened. Give me a second. Alright, I'm so bad. I'm with you now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I am a computer, and I did not compile properly. So step 2.3 in the procedure has you put the file in a file architecture T:OCA down / for Huntsville, and that's exactly where I put it. But on further inspection of the procedure, I didn't see that in the file architecture because in the sentence prior it says put it in space head folder in OCA down in for Huntsville. I just put it per the file architecture listed there. So I see where it is. It's in the for Huntsville folder, but it is not in the space head folder. So I'm going to move data.zip into the space head folder.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. We are now T-minus 1 hour and counting till the undocking scheduled for Boeing Starliner. You are looking at two incredible live views from onboard the International Space Station, currently over the South Pacific, getting ready to head to its lowest point on this orbit on the Earth and coming back up over South America. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the launch pad. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we're bringing you full live Starliner return to Earth coverage, covering the full journey from undock to touchdown uninterrupted, looking at live views from onboard the station. Starliner hidden behind the Japanese service module. We hope that one of the astronauts will move the camera onboard station prior to undock. There'll be some other cameras NASA uses closer to it. We'll be patching in any sort of NASA broadcast closer to undocking. They're going to go live 15 minutes before undocking, so we'll bring that up on air at that point, but keeping a close look at these live views. We got people tuning in from literally all over the world. It's great to have you here. We got Turi in Spain, Taff is in Cardiff, Wales, Kevin is in Quebec. We've got Kenim, sorry if I said that wrong, in Barcelona. Cece is in Croatia. JGR is in Spain. We have Irish in South Ireland. Barry's in Dover. We've got Julie in Sydney. Tina is in Atlanta, Georgia. M is in Netherlands. We've got Maria in Venezuela. Desert's in Arizona. Great to have you all here. Boeing Starliner's hatch is closed, filled up with some stuff to be brought back down to Earth here in just over an hour when it undocks. The crew of Starliner staying on board station, joining part of the expedition on that long journey back down to Earth, coming not back down till February now, joining Crew 9, but we'll dive into more of that here once we have undocking confirmed. Starliner's mission, crew flight test, maybe crew flight test 1 if we want to risk calling it that at this point. An 8-day mission. Could have been extended 10, 12 days. That was not out of the question. Now 93 days, 6 hours, 14 minutes since launch. And Starliner is finally getting ready to leave the ISS, clear that port, making way for Crew 9 in just a couple of weeks' time. We're going to be answering your guys' comments and questions throughout the stream, so you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We've also been listening in to live station-to-ground communications. We got lots of people tuning in all over the world. It's great to have you all here. We got Wood in South Dakota. We got Super Duper is in Delaware. Catherine's in Limerick, Ireland. We got Mike in Oregon. Harley is in Michigan. Hubby is in Poland. Great to have you joining us. Londi is in New Zealand. Graham is in Bath. That's in the UK. We got Capt Reed in Texas. Numeric is in Quebec. We've got Hellfire Zombie in Wisconsin. Retired Engineers in Nova Scotia. Thor's in Germany. And we've got Average Joe on Mars. Well done. You've beat us all there. I hope you've got lots of oxygen. We got Marcin in Poland. Salvador's in the Dominican Republic. Seb is in Berlin, Germany. I saw one coming in, friend of the channel, Jared Head. Howdy, Zach. Going to try and get your stream up at Griffith Observatory tonight. Jared, that would be so awesome. If you're able to, a picture of that would be super, super cool, or a video, or both. But love what you guys do down there. I need to make a trip there. I used to live not far, and I still haven't been to the Griffith Observatory. So keep up your guys' amazing work, and thanks for jumping on here. We got Miles High in Nova Scotia. We got Tina in Georgia. M is in the Netherlands. We got Alan in Ohio. This is an uncrewed mission. I know I see lots of people asking, are Butch and Sunny going to be on board? No, they will be staying on board station till February. Now, when Starliner leaves, we're kind of breaking one of the cardinal rules, which is you don't have more astronauts than seats on the space station that you can come home with in case of an emergency. SpaceX has made a plan with NASA that for the meantime, until the Crew 9 capsule arrives, Butch and Sunny could evacuate into the Crew 8 Dragon, kind of into that cargo area where they could have had more seats, and they would be able to strap in there for safe harbor or an evacuation should they need to, but they would be unsuited and unpressurized if they had to come home in the next couple of weeks before Crew 9 gets there. So very interesting situation to be on the station. That's a fail point, but NASA plans for everything, and we need to know all of those different outcomes. Leon's watching from Vienna, Austria. We got Waffle in Japan. Shane's in Texas. O is in Norway. Mark's in South Africa. Our brother is in Moscow. We got Blue in Finland. Afro is in North Yorkshire, UK. Storm is in Manchester. Great to have you all joining us in here. You guys can keep sending in those comments and questions, and we'll work on answering those live. Stealth Mode asking a really great question. Will Butch and Sunny add ballast to Starliner to account for their weight for coming in there? Thanks for sending that in. Stealth Mode, recognize the name, long-time viewer. Yes, so they have put on extra things into Starliner. They're bringing home some trash, different things from our understanding. They were still working through that list of what was going to be on board at time of the last briefing. So we don't have an exact list of everything they brought home. Maybe they'll be able to tell us on the live stream tonight, some that they added. But just like Crew 9, they're adding ballast to it for launching up with those 2 empty seats, but to be able to bring Butch and Sunny home in February. The same thing, you would want to monitor that on Starliner. These vehicles are balanced based on the weight of the astronauts that are on board. So they would want to make sure they keep that completely balanced. Thanks for sending that in. Starliner is expected to touch down in White Sands, New Mexico at the Space Harbor landing area. Same place that the shuttle could land. 6 hours, 49 minutes from now. Weather looking good around the landing site. We've got that deorbit burn scheduled about 40 minutes prior to touchdown. Of course, we'll patch NASA in there as well. We're really hoping for some great views similar to what we see with Dragon. Air Force is asking, what will happen after the ISS is decommissioned? Will there be a new ISS made? So, sort of. So for those that don't know, the International Space Station, it's been up there, what are we at, 25, 30 years now? An incredible achievement by humanity, making this international cooperative space station, living and working together for so many decades, is getting ready to come to its end. The ISS originally wasn't expected to last past the mid-2010s. Here we are in 2024, and it's now scheduled for retirement in 2030, 2031. So at that time, they'll bring ISS home. We do have a 12-month, timeline. The last expedition will launch to the space station. They'll do some research and science. Then they'll work on shutting everything down, bringing home anything that they can bring home in a Dragon capsule, most likely. And then they will actually be on board when the vehicle that will be used to deorbit the space station will begin to help lower the ISS to a lower orbit. They'll ride all the way down to 300 kilometers in altitude. They will then depart, and then we believe that the SpaceX vehicle that's being designed, the Deorbit vehicle, which is kind of like a modified cargo dragon, has a different trunk, but the actual top portion is a regular cargo dragon. But the trunk will be about double the size, have a lot more propellant. That'll be used to make the final deorbits, and that'll take about 6 months, and it'll be designated to land in that designation of Point Nemo. That's the furthest point from any land area. It is the safe place to deposit it, and station will come down in one piece. A lot will break up and burn up during reentry, but it'll be retired at that point. After that, or prior to that though, we are going to see Axiom Station, which is set to be the first commercial space station be built on board the International Space Station. It'll then separate prior to the ISS's retirement, and it will stay on orbit. That's the first of at least 7 commercial stations that have been proposed. A number of them are in development. So that will kind of see a new era of going from an international government cooperation to commercial stations that governments just lease opportunities, just like we see with Starliner and Dragon. Now, we do have one more space station currently in development by the governments, and that is the Lunar Gateway. That'll be in orbit of the moon as part of the Artemis program. But there is no plans to make ISS. NASA and the partners have all said they will focus on commercial stations. Thanks for sending that in. I know that was a long-winded answer. My apologies. Looks like we got lost the signal there on the feeds from the station. We should have those back in a moment or two. Carol Pack, thank you so much for that $5 super chat. Little marching guy with his trumpet and a friend there. Appreciate that. For those just joining, we are now just 50 minutes away from that scheduled undocking of Boeing Starliner from the International Space Station. Jet A1, if you expect it to land safely in New Mexico, why aren't Sunny and Butch on board? It's just not safe enough that we want to risk it. I have to really commend the NASA administrator and the NASA team. NASA administrator in the last briefing or 2 briefings ago said we can't take the risk. NASA has unfortunately lost 17 astronauts. I want to make sure I got that number right. 17 astronauts previously, and there's questions on if some of them were due to human error or wrong mistakes of decisions. And they're not risking that with Butch and Sunny, which is a really important thing. Space is hard. People are more priceless than taking time to figure out solutions or figure out backup plans. So they're going to bring Starliner home by itself, and then Butch and Sunny will come home on Crew Dragon as part of Crew 9. Now, does that throw a whole breakup into the whole plan of the International Space Station and crews and everything? Yes, but it's worth their safety. Thanks for sending that in, Jet. If you guys have questions, you can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. Work on answering those live. Also, if it's your first time here, take a moment, hit that subscribe button. Here at the Launchpad, we bring you full live launch coverage of every launch around the world, including some China ones when we can, as well as docking, undocking, and return to Earth. We also have our second channel, the Launchpad News, getting ready to relaunch that with daily and weekly space news updates and news shows, so make sure you stay tuned to that. And join us over on our TOP Discord. That's where our community hangs out in between streams and during big streams like this. We'd love to see you in there. We don't charge for anyone to join our Discord. It's a free public hangout area. We do have an area that's open to members. If you're interested in supporting what we do, you can hit that join button, 99 cents a month. Gets you access to your name in that Go Green font in the chat, and you get the TOP helmet next to your name. Melody J, so will they crash the ISS into the ocean the way that Skylab was done, or how will they do that? That's a great question, Melody. Thanks for sending that in. So NASA opened a contract request for companies to bid on how to deorbit it for a deorbit vehicle. SpaceX has won that, and actually because of this view we have on the right side of your screen, that's a Crew Dragon for Crew 9, but that white triangular portion, that's the capsule portion. A very similar version is for cargo when we have those on Earth right now. One of the cargo ones will have a different trunk, which is that part above the white triangular part attached to it. It'll be about 2/3 the size, and it's going to have like 35 to 40 little engine thrusters on it. And what they're going to do is they will dock to the station, and then they will use that specialized vehicle to deorbit it. And it does sound like we'll recover the cargo dragon. We won't recover the portion below the white triangle, but the white triangle, it sounds like they will recover after they've conducted those burns, and then the space station will be set on a course that will bring it in safely at Point Nemo, which is the furthest point from any inhabited area. So it'll be a lot more controlled than we have seen any other station brought down. Once the U.S. dropped a space station on Australia, they paid them a couple $100s to say sorry. Now it would be probably millions, if not billions. So they're going to make sure they do this right, do it safely, and don't have any risk to anybody other than some of the fish. There'll be a large exclusion zone put into the ocean as well, to make sure that there are no shipping liners or cruise ships or anything in that region as well. Felonious Funk, I live 70 miles southwest from White Sands in the flight path. Will I be able to see the reentry glow? That's a great question. We're going to bring up the map on screen once we have undocking confirmed, but you should, I believe, be able to. It's about 3/4 of the width of Arizona should be able to see the reentry. You will, of course, be at the very end of the plasma. The plasma streak is mostly over the ocean for this, so unfortunately not many people are going to get to see it unless you're out on a cruise ship, really way off at sea. But we do expect some people to see it, and you should be able to that close. And you've got about 6 hours. It might be worth the drive. It's about an hour drive for you, hour and a half. Maybe head on out, see Starliner come home. If you do happen to get photos yourself or anyone else of them coming back of the Starliner, not them, but the Starliner capsule, make sure you send us those over on our Discord or via social media. TLPN_official on Twitter, or the Launchpad Network on Facebook and Instagram. Hellfire, question, are programs like Starliner and Boeing just the old way of doing things now that there is SpaceX, etc.? No, so Boeing and Starliner is exactly like SpaceX. They are a commercial company that we're offering commercial programming, and there's a lot of different things to it. I know some people are like, well, SpaceX got it perfect right off the bat. No, they had lots of delays. They did have Cargo Dragon V1 fly before they had V2, which is cargo and crew. They had some learnings from that. They are very different vehicles, but they had some learnings. They had some experience. Boeing has not made a spacecraft like Starliner before. So there's a lot to learn. It's a completely different vehicle, completely different shape, operations, a lot of things. So Boeing is just going to take a little bit longer, and we hope that they nail it, because Boeing's not just part of NASA's programming of getting astronauts to the station, just like Dragon isn't either. Both Dragon and Starliner will be used for probably decades to come to ferry commercial missions up to the commercial space stations. A great question on sending that in. We do have a poll going on, and I see people talking about it in the chat. How do you think the Starliner return is going to go? Do you think we'll see an undocking scrub or failure? Do you think Starliner is going to get stuck in orbit? And what we mean by that is it gets stuck, but it still comes home. So, maybe they take longer than the few hours they're planning. They need to take more time for some reason. Are we going to see a re-entry failure, or are we going to have a successful landing? And it's amazing to see it basically tied. 13,000 votes, and it's a tie at 40% successful landing and a re-entry failure. That's very interesting to see. JKH, thanks so much for becoming a orbital explorer. We appreciate that. Catching up on the chat. Bebop Noodle, what will they do with the mission patches on the ISS? So there's I'm assuming you're talking about the end of the space station. They are going to bring a number of things home that they can on those final few missions. So when we know that the station is really starting to wrap up its time, then they will work to bring those home. So great question. Thanks for sending that in. If you're just joining us, we'll do a quick little reset here. You are looking at two incredible live views from on board the International Space Station. On the right side of your screen is Crew 8's SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule. To the bottom left of that, you see kind of a silver tube with a tube coming off of it with a white box on top. That is all the Japanese experiment modules, or the GEM. And behind that module that's sticking up with the white box behind it, that is where Starliner is docked to the International Space Station. Its hatch is closed. We're now just 41 minutes, 50 seconds away from that estimated time of undocking. We are now just over 6.5 hours from touchdown in White Sands, New Mexico. We'll be staying live all night, bringing you uninterrupted coverage, answering your questions on everything as we follow Starliner on its return to Earth. We are expecting NASA to go live in about 20 minutes' time, and when they do, we'll of course patch them in so we can listen to the latest updates on how everything's progressing with the Starliner for undocking. They'll end their stream rather quickly. We'll stay live, answer more of your questions, and then patch them back in closer to the Deorbit burn when they resume their coverage. David, thank you so much for gifting those 5 memberships to Hyde, JBT, Alan, Wood, and Kevin. Appreciate you supporting us in that way. If you are already a member and like to help support the channel more, you can gift a membership just like David did there. Gives everyone a little bit of taste. YouTube automatically and randomly selects who gets those memberships. You can keep sending in those questions in the chat, though, and make sure you hit that subscribe button so you never miss more live launch coverage, space news updates, exclusive one-on-one interviews, or more. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name is Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad Network. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together, and I just moved myself and TLP down from Edmonton, Canada. We are now stationed just 14.8 miles from the launch pads here at Space Coast, Florida. We've got a view from our studio where we can watch the launches from if we're not out on site, those 4 a.m. Starlinks. We're excited to expand our coverage and bring you even better coverage of everything space, and it will help once Starliner is off space station so we can get Crew 9 on the way home. I'm going to take a very quick commentary break, but you can keep sending in those questions in the chat, and we'll work on answering those. Omar, welcome. Thanks for joining as a suborbital explorer. Al, I would like to see Dream Chaser launch on a Falcon for its test flight. I'd love to see Dream Chaser fly, period. I love the Dream Chaser vehicle, the mini shuttle, and love to see that flying again. As I said, I'm going to take a very quick commentary break. Send in those questions in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We should have live views from onboard the International Space Station in about 20 minutes, so stay with us as we count down to the undocking and return of Boeing Starliner, concluding its 8-day, now 93-day mission on board the International Space Station. Stay with us right here on the Launchpad Network.
on 2 for SSC-19.
With you on 2.
Sandy, it's CC. I don't know if we ever circled back on how I am to leave my SSC, what state I'm supposed to leave it in overnight. Still using it.
And TC, we've chatted that down here. We're planning to schedule it for a different day. There are no operational impacts to you using your SSC. Our tentative plan is to schedule the troubleshooting early next week.
Okay. So just let her know if what I was seeing last night with the scan and the amount of time it took for it to complete, was that expected?
Yes, I'm hearing that was expected.
Okay, because I literally went to sleep and I woke up and it was still going, and I just did a hard shutdown of the SSC.
Yeah, copy all TC. Our plan, we're hearing that you'll need to leave your laptop powered on with the lid open. So our goal is to find a time where it won't interrupt your sleep.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the Launchpad and our continuous live coverage of Starliner's return to Earth. We are now just 20 minutes, 35 seconds away from that scheduled undocking time of Starliner from the International Space Station. If you've been following along over the last few hours, teams have been preparing for that to happen here. We have had successful hatch closure yesterday, and Starliner is ready to go. We've had a confirmed go for weather as well for Starliner to return to White Sands, New Mexico, just 6 hours, 16 minutes from now. In just a couple of minutes, NASA will begin their live coverage of the undocking, the first of 2 broadcasts NASA will be doing today, and we'll be patching those in live right here on the Launchpad, so be able to watch those as we continue our uninterrupted coverage. Though NASA may take breaks at times in their coverage, we'll be staying live until Starliner is back on the ground, hopefully a little bit later here tonight. We're also answering your comments and questions, so you can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we'll work on answering those live. You are looking at 2 live views from the International Space Station. We're going to switch over to our secondary view here, layout, as we get ready for NASA to begin their live coverage from Johnson Space Center, as NASA's Boeing Starliner is set to leave its crew behind on the International Space Station and return to Earth. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. And CalTX01, thank you so much for that incredibly generous super chat. Super coverage team. I remember as a kid watching Walter Cronkite cover the Mercury and Gemini's flights. The coverage we get now is so complete and detailed, it's almost like we are part of each mission. Great job. Thank you so much, Cal. That means so much to me and our team. This is truly an honor that we get to do stuff like this, and the fact that you guys watching and donating like that are making this all possible. We wouldn't get to live here down on the Space Coast and be part of these if you guys weren't here. So thank you very much for your generous support. If you're in the Discord, let me know. Definitely like to send you a thank you there as well. It looks like NASA is getting ready for their live coverage. Let's listen in to Johnson Space Center.
The Starliner Mission Control in Houston, where teams are preparing for the autonomous undocking and departure of the uncrewed Boeing Starliner spacecraft from the International Space Station. Undocking today is currently planned for 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 p.m. Eastern. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and joining me today in Starliner Mission Control is Lauren Brennicke from Boeing Communications. Across the hall in the International Space Station Station Flight Control Room, we also have NASA's Rob Navius.
In preparation for today's undocking activities, the teams here in Starliner Mission Control and the Flight Control Room, Flight Control Team in the International Space Station Flight Control Room recently completed the go, no-go poll for Starliner's undocking. The teams all polled go to proceed with undocking. And the team here in Starliner Mission Control is being led by Flight Director Chloe Maring. Today's undocking will set Starliner on its path home for landing at White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico, targeting approximately 11 p.m. Central, Friday, September 6th, midnight Eastern on Saturday.
NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams flew to the International Space Station in June as part of NASA's Boeing crew flight test, lifting off atop a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket from Space Launch Complex 41 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida on June 5th. The Starliner spacecraft docked to the International Space Station on June 6th. During the June 6th rendezvous, NASA and Boeing identified helium leaks and experienced issues with the Spacecraft Reaction Control System, or RCS, thrusters as Starliner approached the station. Since then, engineering teams have completed a significant amount of work, including reviewing a collection of data, conducting flight and ground testing, hosting independent reviews with agency propulsion experts, and developing various return contingency plans. The uncertainty and lack of expert concurrence did not meet the agency's safety and performance requirements for human spaceflight, thus prompting the NASA decision to return Boeing Starliner spacecraft to Earth without astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams aboard. The uncrewed return allows NASA and Boeing to continue gathering testing data on Starliner during its upcoming flight home, while also not accepting more risk than is necessary for its crew. Wilmore and Williams will continue their work formally as part of the Expedition 71 and 72 crew through February of 2025. They will then fly home aboard a Dragon spacecraft with 2 other crew members assigned to the agency's SpaceX Crew 9 mission, NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov. As part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, this is Boeing's second flight to the International Space Station and third Starliner flight test overall, following a second orbital flight test in May of 2022. Yesterday, the hatches were closed between Starliner and the International Space Station. There are 3 hatches that separate the inside of Starliner from the orbiting laboratory: the Starliner hatch and the APAS hatch and No. 2 forward hatch on the station side. Following hatch closure, teams worked through steps to depressurize the vestibule, which is the area between the station hatch and Starliner hatch that were exposed to the vacuum of space prior to docking. Shortly after the go, no-go poll earlier today, where the joint teams here in the Starliner Mission Control and the International Space Station Mission Control polled go for undocking, NASA astronaut Sunny Williams called down to the flight control team on Space to Ground to share some words with the team before Starliner's departure later today. We'll go ahead and replay that exchange for you now.
Station Houston, Space to Ground 2 for Starliner Undock status.
Go ahead, we're with you.
Hey, Sunny, both the Starliner and ISS flight control teams have pulled go for undock at this time. The expected undock time is 22:04.
Okay, copy, 22:04. Hey, we're just looking at the flight control roster and wow, it is the all-star team. You guys, it is the time to bring Calypso home. You have got this. We have your backs, and you've got this. Bring her back to Earth. Good luck.
Sunny and Butch, this is Chloe. Just on behalf of the entire MO team, I know the other flight control teams around the building, we thank you for your endless support over the years. We've enjoyed every training event and every meeting. We remember every setback and every revelation with you. The teams on the ground have worked countless hours over the last few weeks, months, and for a group of us, years to bring Calypso back, and we're ready to do that today. We wish you the best of luck in your increment, and Sunny, I will make sure the right people have your coming home song ready to play on Space to Ground when it's time for you guys to come home. Good luck, and thank you.
Wonderful comments, Flight. We appreciate that, and we agree. Many years of great enjoyment, simming together, playing together, and being involved with each other's lives, and it's been special. Bring it home.
Copy. Thank you, and have a good evening.
We are now just over 13 minutes away from today's planned undocking. As we continue to approach that undocking, you can see the team here and the Starliner mission control team working in tandem with the ISS flight control room across the hallway.
Just before we came on the air here, the teams opened up the helium manifold to check Starliner's leak rate. Everything looks good. The teams say the rate remains steady, and we have plenty of margin for the rest of the flight. So let's talk a little bit about what is coming up. At around 5:02 p.m. Central, 6:02 Eastern, we are going to be listening for the authority to proceed for undocking. After the ATP, or authority to proceed, is issued for undocking, the hooks on the NASA docking system will begin to open. There are 12 hooks that seal the surfaces between the docking system and the ISS International Docking Adapter, or the IDA. Once all of those hooks are open, springs on Starliner's docking ring will push the spacecraft away from the space station. So again, we're expecting that undocking at 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 Eastern. And then just a few seconds later, at about 5 meters out, our first separation burn. Starliner's thrusters will complete 2 short firings to gradually increase the separation speed to help the spacecraft carefully move away from the orbiting laboratory. The command given to Starliner will be to back straight away to the 200-meter mark, but then a few seconds later, a second command will be given before it gets too far to change that path and head up higher than station. These 12 pre-planned burns will be performed with Starliner's forward-facing reaction control system, or RCS thrusters, which have been performing nominally during this flight.
Starliner will then begin a breakout burn, which will take the spacecraft forward and above the station. During this burn sequence, Starliner's thrusters will perform a series of 12 short firings. This entire sequence will take about 5 minutes to complete and will allow Starliner to quickly break out to outside of the approach ellipsoid, or AE. About 4 minutes into this burn sequence, Starliner will exit the keep out sphere, or KOS. The keep out sphere is an imaginary 200-meter sphere centered on the space station. Once outside the keep out sphere, vehicles must provide a 4-orbit safe free drift trajectory.
Around 5:10 p.m. Central, that automated breakout sequence will be completed. And then just 15 minutes later, we will be out of the approach ellipsoid. The approach ellipsoid is in the same family as the keep out sphere, but this time it is an imaginary 3-dimensional ellipsoid around the space station. Vehicles outside the approach ellipsoid have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, and that means the spacecraft would not cross over that imaginary line for at least 24 hours, even if it lost all maneuvering capabilities. Once outside the approach ellipsoid, joint operations between the Starliner Mission Control and International Space Station Flight Control Room will conclude, and Starliner will be on a path back to Earth.
A few minutes ago, teams completed a final weather briefing to analyze weather predictions for the landing site at White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico, and the weather continues to look good to support a landing later today. As part of the departure preparations for Starliner, mission managers completed a series of operational and weather checks. Yesterday, 24 hours before undocking, NASA analyzed the weather predictions for the landing site, and there are several different weather criteria that must be met, including winds at the selected landing site must be approximately 13 miles per hour or 12 knots or less when uncrewed, and ground temperatures must be warmer than 15 degrees Fahrenheit, and the cloud ceiling must be at least 1,000 feet. 1 nautical mile of visibility is also required, and the area must be clear of precipitation, thunderstorms, and lightning within an approximately 22-mile radius. A final weather check will also take place before the spacecraft's deorbit burn, which is currently scheduled for 10:17 p.m. Central, 11:17 p.m. Eastern.
And following the weather briefing, the navigation and docking lights on Starliner were turned on. The LADARs were confirmed to operate, and the RAL cards were enabled for departure. The LADARs, or laser detection and ranging lasers, create a 3D picture of the International Space Station for Starliner's computers to help the spacecraft guide itself around the ISS when it's flying close to the station. The LADAR system was developed and tested in orbit aboard the space shuttle as they docked with ISS. The RAL cards, or Remote Analog Interface Unit, gathers data on the status and health of critical spacecraft systems during all phases of the mission. This allows the important systems information to be stored aboard the spacecraft so engineers can review it once the spacecraft lands. We're now just over 6 minutes away from the planned undocking at 5:04 p.m. Central. As we continue to stand by for Starliner's departure from the International Space Station, I'll hand it over to NASA's Rob Navius for an update from the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Thanks, Anna. Here in the Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, the flight control team led by Flight Director Anthony Varia is in the final moments before the expected undocking of Starliner from the forward port of the Harmony module on the International Space Station. Once the undocking is complete and Starliner has exited the approach ellipsoid that you heard Lauren describe just a moment or two ago, the 9 crew members on board the station, led by Commander Oleg Kononenko, will begin their sleep period. They're going to be moving into an off-duty period on Saturday. The vacancy of the forward port of Harmony will open up that port for the beginning of 2 crew rotations over the next several weeks. Next Wednesday, NASA's Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner will be launching from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on a 2-orbit rendezvous to reach the International Space Station. That will swell the station's population to 12 and begin an 11-day handover with NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson and Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, who will be departing the station on September 23rd. A day later, if everything goes as planned, NASA's Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov will be launching from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on the SpaceX Crew Dragon Freedom. They will be a 2-man crew to reach the International Space Station and provide the orbital Uber, if you will, for Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams to come home on next February, with Wilmore and Williams completing what is expected to be about a 262-day mission. Meanwhile, the Crew 8 crew, Matt Dominic, Mike Barrett, Jeanette Epps, and Alexander Grabenkin, are in the final weeks of their mission on board the station. They are planning to depart after a 5-day handover with Hague and Gorbanov. That handover will lead the way for a departure on or around October 1st. The Crew 8 crew will then be coming home to bring the station back to its complement of 7 crew members. So with that, we're about 3.5 minutes away from the planned undocking of Starliner. We'll be watching carefully. It will take about 21.5 minutes from undocking for Starliner to exit the approach ellipsoid that you heard Lauren describe a moment ago. That's that 2.5 mile long by 1.2 mile wide corridor, if you will, the neighborhood of the International Space Station. So we'll be following along as Starliner begins its journey home and a landing at midnight Eastern Time at the White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. We're now just over 2 minutes away from the undocking of Starliner from the International Space Station. You're looking at multiple live views coming in from the ISS as it passes over the Russia and Asia area of its flight path, coming up to that day-night line. We're getting these fantastic views as the sun starts to shine on the International Space Station. We are going to take the Starliner view full screen here as we get ready in that last 90 seconds or so until undocking. If it's your first time here, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad. We're going to get into more answering your questions, so keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. We'll get into that following undock. Let's listen back in to NASA Johnson Mission Control.
He's ready for undock monitoring.
Thank you, Rob. And we just heard some conversation between the crew on the International Space Station and the teams here in the Starliner Mission Control, confirming that we are continuing to be go for an undock in just under 2 minutes from now at 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 p.m. Eastern. We are standing by for the command of the undock ATP or authority to proceed. Once the authority to proceed is issued for undocking, the NDS or NASA docking system hooks will begin to open, and there are 12 hooks that seal the surfaces between the NDS and the ISS International Docking Adapter, or IDA. Once all 12 hooks are open, springs on Starliner's docking ring will push the spacecraft away from the space station.
And Flight Director Chloe Marion just asked for quiet in the room as we are approaching 1 minute out from Starliner undocking.
And we just heard confirmation that the umbilicals are retracting and hooks are beginning to drive.
"30 seconds. Separation confirmed. Starliner is now backing away from station and starting its return to Earth. Starliner thrusters will then complete 2 short firings to gradually increase the separation speed to help the spacecraft carefully move away from the orbiting lab.
The vehicle is now about 2 meters away from the International Space Station. At the time of undocking, Starliner and the International Space Station were flying approximately 260 statute miles over central China.
Starliner will be beginning a breakout burn soon, which will take the spacecraft forward and above station. During this burn sequence, Starliner's thrusters will perform a series of 12 short firings. The entire sequence takes about 5 minutes to complete and allows Starliner to quickly break out to outside the approach ellipsoid, or AE. And about 4 minutes into the burn sequence, Starliner will exit the keep out sphere, or the KOS. And you can see those thrusters firing there on the left of your screen as Starliner backs away from space station.
And we are now just at 35 meters away from the International Space Station. We saw a good first burn.
Houston, ISS thrusters enabled.
Confirmation, all 27 jets have fired.
Houston copies, ISS thrusters enabled.
And you're seeing the light show there on your screen.
And the first 3 of the 12 firings have completed, and there's about a 100-second pause until the 4th burn.
And if you're just joining us, you are looking at live views from the International Space Station where Starliner is beginning its journey back to Earth. We're going to be staying live over the next 6 hours as we follow Starliner on its journey from the International Space Station back down to White Sands, New Mexico, and we hope that you will stay with us during that time. We're going to continue to listen in to Johnson Space Center, and then we'll get back to your comments and questions. If you haven't yet, though, hit that subscribe button. Head over to the Launchpad store. You've got 5 hours, 52 minutes till touchdown, and that is the cutoff to get your limited edition Starliner crew flight test merch as well from the Launchpad store. With global shipping, let's listen back in to NASA Mission Control. Starliner officially concluding 93 days, 7 hours since launch. It's been on station for over 91 days, and we're excited to get to see it finally begin its journey home, but it's without saying, you can't not say it, Butch and Sunny are not on board. Starliner has left her crew behind.
Station. We are 15 seconds away from the 4th burn in the series of 12.
And you just saw burn 4, which just completed. We're hearing good burn.
And the 5th burn in that sequence of 12 just completed, and it was a good burn. The 6th burn in the series of 12 was just completed, and it was a good burn. We are halfway through the series of 12, 6 more to go.
You might be able to see some of those lights on the front of Starliner, a red and a green and a white. Those indicate the different sides of Starliner, and they're used by the ISS crew to watch Starliner move away from the ISS along the undocking axis.
And we just heard good confirmation of both burns 7 and 8 completed. Starliner undocked approximately 5 minutes ago and has just a handful of short firings left in its breakout burn, and it is now about 150 meters away from the International Space Station. And we heard confirmation of a good burn 9, 3 more to go.
Burn 10, good burn.
We have one more burn to go, but they have confirmed that Starliner has crossed the Keep Out Sphere, or the KOS, which is an imaginary 200-meter sphere centered on the International Space Station that helps flight controllers here on the ground monitor the arrival and departure of visiting vehicles.
Station Houston, Space to Ground 2, Starliner has exited the Keep Out Sphere.
Copy. She's exited the keep-out sphere.
A reminder, this automated breakout sequence was chosen to use Starliner's forward thrusters, which have remained nominal during this flight.
And we heard confirmation that all 12 burns in this series of breakout burn firings have completed, and they were all good burns. Starliner has crossed the keep-out sphere. So the next milestone for Starliner's departure will be crossing the approach ellipsoid, or AE. The AE is another invisible shape monitored by the flight control team, measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. Starliner is scheduled to cross the approach ellipsoid in about 10 minutes. Vehicles outside the AE have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which means the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, even if it lost all maneuvering capabilities. Once outside the approach ellipsoid, joint operations between Starliner Mission Control and the International Space Station Flight Control Room will conclude, and Starliner will be on a path back to Earth.
We're now taking a look from the VESTA system, which stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. It's a bit of a mouthful, so we like to call it VESTA. And this is a look from Starliner back at the International Space Station. The system is really the eyes of Starliner. It's able to pick up on features on the outside of station, like handrails and reflectors. You can see some of that on your screen there in the outlines. And it's the way to assess Starliner's position and attitude. It also gives the ground teams a very accurate look at Starliner's location relative to the station. So earlier we were taking a look from the station back at Starliner. Now we're looking from Starliner back at station.
We're just under 10 minutes away from the AE exit, so in the meantime, we will check back in with NASA's Rob Navius in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Rob?
Thank you, guys. Flight Dynamics has reported that Starliner is on a perfect trajectory backing away from the International Space Station and opening a rate of about 13.5 statute miles per rev. At the time of the deorbit burn, at 10:17 and 13 seconds p.m. Central Time later this evening, the vehicle will be about 56 statute miles away from the International Space Station. That deorbit burn, by the way, will be a 59-second burn to slow Starliner down by 129.9 meters per second, a 4 OMAX burn. OMAX, the acronym for the Orbital Maneuvering and Attitude Control System, thrusters and jets on the Starliner spacecraft that will enable Starliner to begin to drop out of orbit for its intended southwest to northeast trajectory across the Pacific Ocean, across Baja California, and heading towards its landing at the White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. With the forward port of Harmony now vacant, that sets the stage, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, for the start of a couple of crew rotations that are coming up. Down at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, Don Pettit of NASA and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner and their backups are in the final stages of their preparations for launch next Wednesday. Their Soyuz 2.1A booster and the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft that they will ride to orbit That vehicle will roll out to the launch pad in Baikonur on Sunday, and then final preparations will lead them to a launch next Wednesday at 11:23 a.m. Central Time, heading for a two-orbit, 3-hour, 10-minute journey to dock to the International Space Station's Rassvet module. Now, that forward port on Harmony that was just vacated by Starliner's departure will be the port of call for NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, and their launch no earlier than September 24th on the SpaceX Dragon Freedom spacecraft off of Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That will be about a 30-hour transit for those two crew members to reach the International Space Station and the automated docking to the forward port of Harmony. Ultimately, Hague, Gorbanov, Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams will do a relocation of the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft from the forward port of Harmony to the zenith port of Harmony, opening up that forward port for the arrival of the next SpaceX cargo ship, SpaceX 31, that's scheduled for launch in October. So a lot of activities lying ahead for the space station crew. The crew aboard the International Space Station soon will begin its sleep period and an off-duty day on Saturday, while the activity shifts over to the White Flight Control Room down the hall, as they are in a shift handover right now. Flight Director Rick Henfling will be taking over shortly to supervise entry and landing operations, and the team over there will be monitoring the progress of Starliner as it moves to its deorbit position about 56 statute miles away from the International Space Station. With that, we'll turn it back to the White Ficker and Anna and Lauren.
Thank you, Rob. Starliner is now about 750 meters away from the International Space Station as it continues to make its way to the approach ellipsoid exit. Again, that approach ellipsoid exit is targeted for 5:25 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 6:25 and 30 seconds p.m. Eastern Time, and everything continues to proceed as planned with Starliner's departure and return back to Earth.
And you're looking live at Starliner in free drift. Engineers are telling us that the breakout burns all went well. Thrusters are all looking good. Everything is nominal as we continue up and around space station and head back to Earth.
Again, Starliner undocked just a short while ago from the International Space Station at 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 p.m. Eastern, as the space station and Starliner were flying approximately 260 statute miles over central China. And shortly after that physical separation, Starliner's thrusters completed 2 short firings to gradually increase the separation speed and help the spacecraft carefully move away from the orbiting laboratory as part of the separation burns. And then Starliner began the breakout burn, which was a series of 12 short firings, which allowed the spacecraft to quickly move outside the keep-out sphere, and it is now approaching the approach ellipsoid exit. And once Starliner is outside of the approach ellipsoid, the joint operations between teams here in the Starliner Mission Control and the International Space Station Flight Control Room across the hall will end, and Starliner will be back on its path to Earth. And we are about 6 minutes away from that approach ellipsoid exit, and Starliner is now about 900 meters away from the International Space Station, traveling at a rate of 1.2 meters per second.
That dot in the center of your screen is Starliner, looking from space station.
We are now about 5 minutes away from the approach ellipsoid exit. Starliner undocked from the International Space Station about 16 minutes ago at 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 p.m. Eastern. Starliner is now just over 1,000 meters away from the International Space Station. After Starliner crosses the approach ellipsoid, the next milestones for the vehicle will be its entry cover closure, and that is planned for about 6:42 p.m. Central, 7:42 p.m. Eastern, and then there will be some checkouts of the OMAC thrusters at 7:05 p.m. Central, 8:05 p.m. Eastern. And then after that, we get into the entry and landing coverage, and the go-no-go for the deorbit burn will be at approximately 9:57 p.m. Central, 10:57 p.m. Eastern, following with the deorbit burn about 20 minutes later at 10:17 p.m. Central, 11:17 p.m. Eastern. Again, seeing good views of Starliner leaving the International Space Station. It's that distant dot on your screen. The vehicle is now about 1,120 meters away from the International Space Station. And we just heard confirmation that Starliner is out of the approach ellipsoid. The approach ellipsoid is an imaginary three-dimensional ellipsoid around the space station, and vehicles outside of the approach ellipsoid have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which means the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, even if it lost all maneuvering capabilities. Now that Starliner is outside of the approach ellipsoid, joint operations between the Starliner Mission Control and International Space Station Flight Control Room will conclude, and Starliner is now on a path back to Earth. So once again, Starliner undocked from the International Space Station at 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 p.m. Eastern, as the space station was flying 260 statute miles over central China. Shortly after physical separation, Starliner's thrusters completed 2 short firings to gradually increase the separation speed to help the spacecraft carefully move away from the orbiting laboratory.
Starliner then began the breakout burn, and Starliner's smaller jets performed a series of 12 short burns to allow the spacecraft to quickly move outside the approach ellipsoid. Starliner again crossed the approach ellipsoid moments ago and is now on its journey home. The next milestones for Starliner ahead of its deorbit burn targeted for 10:17 p.m. include crossing the entry cover, closing the entry cover, and conducting checkouts of the OMACs, or the orbital maneuvering and attitude control thrusters. Those are the bigger jets on Starliner.
For now, let's check in one final time with NASA's Rob Navius following Starliner's exit from the approach ellipsoid.
Thank you, guys. Here in the Space Station Flight Control Room, Flight Director Anthony Varia and his team will be remaining on console throughout the course of the evening, keeping a watchful eye on things.
Space to ground 2 for Starliner status.
Go ahead.
Calypso has exited the approach ellipsoid. Sunny, we are ready for RWS teardown when you are.
Okay, she's on her way home. Congratulations to the Undock team, and we'll be tearing down the RWS.
Copies, thanks.
Spacecraft communicators are here in the station flight control room talking to Sonny Williams, International Space Station. The Starliner is perfect trajectory, moving well away from the International Space Station for its deorbit burn at 10:17 and 13 seconds p.m. this evening. Once again, that'll be a 59-second burn of the 4 orbital maneuvering and attitude control system jets on the Starliner spacecraft to slow Starliner down by 129.9 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit to begin its descent back into the Earth's atmosphere, and a landing just about midnight Eastern Time, 11 p.m. Central Time, give or take a few seconds, at the White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. With that, the space station team will begin to turn its attention to the next major activity. That will be the launch out of the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on Wednesday of NASA's Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner on the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft that will increase the station's population from 9 to 12, and the beginning of a busy several weeks of crew rotations on the International Space Station, leading to the start of Expedition 72. So with that, we're going to call it a day here in the Space Station Flight Control Room, turn it back to you guys in the white Flight Control Room down the hall.
All right, thank you very much, Rob. Starliner is now on its way back home to Earth and has about a 6-hour journey ahead of landing. We are targeting again around 11 o'clock Central, midnight Eastern for that landing at White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico.
We will resume live coverage of Starliner's Deorbit entry and landing beginning at 9:50 p.m. Central, 10:50 p.m. Eastern. Until then, thank you for joining us for Starliner's undocking and departure from the International Space Station. This is Mission Control Houston.
And if you're just joining us, you don't have to head anywhere because we are staying live this entire time, continuing to follow Starliner on its journey back home. Just 24 minutes ago, Starliner departed the International Space Station after spending over 91 days docked to the station. It now has 5.5 hours till it's expected to touch down in the White Sands, New Mexico Space Harbor, same place that we used to bring shuttle back a couple of times, and we're excited to see that, and we'll be staying live through all of this, answering your guys' comments and questions. You can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those while we continue to monitor, and we are continuing to listen in to the mission control nets to space station through all of this, as they will be tearing things down and shutting down that joint loop operations that they had online here for today. On your screen, you've got on the far right the return path to give you a little idea of where you might be able to see it if you're in southern Baja California, northwestern New Mexico, or the southwest part of New Mexico. You may be able to see Starliner's return. If not, stay here with us on the launch pad and follow along all of the activities. We'll be patching NASA back in at any point once they are live broadcasting, and we will, of course, follow along with that. We will have these occasional dropouts of the views from the space station, but we'll be following along the location of the ISS and of Starliner if we're able to get that acquisition of signal on the tracker. If not, we'll bring in updates from Boeing as we get them as well. But I know we got people tuning in from all over the world, and we're glad to have you joining us here. Take a moment, let us know in the chat where you are watching from if you haven't yet, and continue to send in those questions. Taking a look at that poll, how do you think Starliner return will go? 11% of 18,500 people thought the undocking wouldn't happen or wouldn't work. Unfortunately, you're all wrong. And now it's on to the next thing. The Starliner gets stuck in orbit, or do we go for that deorbit burn 4 hours, 46 minutes from now? So we'll be following along with updates coming in from Boeing over the next few hours as we continue to monitor the Starliner spacecraft on its return to Earth. got lots of people tuning in from all over the world. We got Motley in West Wales, UK. We've got Jan in New Zealand. Matthew's in Rocket City, USA. We've got Nav in Burlington, Ontario, Canada. Vernon is in Virginia Beach. We got David in East Texas. Raul is in New York. Lexa is in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The Shadow's in Tampa, Florida. We got Ancient Colors over in Germany. Great having you all tuning in. Gloria's in Hamburg, Pennsylvania. I see Iran, Oklahoma, Germany, Netherlands, the UK. Lots of people tuning in from all over the world. As I said, we're going to be staying live. I'll be bringing you commentary updates on the top and probably bottom of the hours as we get those updates and as we await that deorbit burn of the Boeing Starliner. 4 hours, 44 minutes from now, Starliner is set to commit to a reentry to the White Sands, New Mexico Space Harbor. Stay with us right here on the Launchpad Network.
Houston on 2 for RWS.
With you on 2, Sunny.
Yeah, just a quick question. That UOP, there's a plug in it that says PCS power. So I'm just powering down the PCS as well. Is that correct?
Checking. Sunny, back with you on Space to Ground 2. We only need you to perform step 2 in that procedure, and the PCS should stay powered on.
Okay, so the cable that's running out of the UOP that says PCS power is not necessarily really PCS power, is that correct?
Sunny, we're checking.
Okay, it has the label over it, CB into and 120 volt DC data. So that's the one that I think it's going to the PCS, but if I just turn the UOP off, I want to make sure that I'm not going to hurt that PCS.
Copy all, Sunny. We're double checking.
Okay, we just traced the line, and even though the label is on it, it looks like it's not connected to anything. It's connected to a cobalt brick that's not connected to anything else, and then it's powered off, so we're good.
Houston copies, thanks.
And Houston, on 2 for a request.
Sunny, with you on 2, go ahead.
Yeah, most of us are going to be up at 3 to monitor what's going on with the Deorbit burn. So if you guys wouldn't mind, can you just give us a call on 2 with statuses at that time?
Absolutely. We've got the next shift here in the room. They heard that request, and we'll do.
Okay, thank you so much.
Separation confirmed. Starliner is now backing away from station and starting its return to Earth. Starliner thrusters will then complete 2 short firings. Separation confirmed. Starliner is now backing away from station and starting its return to Earth. Starliner thrusters will then complete 2 short firings to gradually increase the separation speed to help the spacecraft carefully move away from the orbiting lab.
The vehicle is now about 2 meters away from the International Space Station. At the time of undocking, Starliner and the International Space Station were flying approximately 260 statute miles over central China.
Starliner will be beginning a breakout burn soon, which will take the spacecraft forward and above station. During this burn sequence, Starliner's thrust Starliner will exit the keep out sphere.
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome here to the launch pad in our continuing coverage of Starliner's return to Earth. You're looking at a replay of undocking, which occurred just 3 hours, 45 minutes ago from the International Space Station. Things are going to get ready to begin ramping up as we are now less than 90 minutes away from deorbit burn and just over 2 hours away from touchdown. We did just have an update from NASA and Boeing. Starliner's entry cover has been closed and secured for reentry. Teams continue to target 12 a.m. Eastern Time, September 7th, for landing in New Mexico. So everything continuing right on schedule for when they are hoping to have that landing, and we will have live views of that beginning here in not too long when NASA re-begins their live coverage. We will, of course, be patching them in and listening into NASA and Boeing Mission Control as they bring Boeing Starliner home. We're expecting that live coverage to begin around 10:50 p.m. Eastern, 1 hour from now, and that will cover the full deorbit burn and landing. Deorbit burn scheduled 1 hour, 26 minutes from now at 11:17 p.m. Eastern Time. Landing 2 hours, 9 minutes from now, scheduled at 12 a.m. at White Sands, New Mexico's Space Harbor. There will also be a Boeing Starliner post-landing news conference later in the morning at 1:30 a.m. Eastern. What we'll probably do is hold a replay on that, depending how landing coverage goes. And then we are, of course, following along the countdown to launch for the Soyuz crew on Wednesday. But all eyes on Boeing Starliner, which is currently free-floating in low Earth orbit, preparing to conduct its deorbit burn. Starliner launched 93 days, 11 hours ago on what was set to be an 8-day mission that's extended to 93 days, and Starliner has left its crew aboard the International Space Station. A modified Crew 9 mission is set to launch on September 24th to the ISS with just 2 astronauts on board the SpaceX Crew Dragon. In the meantime, Butch and Sunny are now part of the expedition mission. They'll be staying on board the International Space Station till February, when they'll come home as part of Crew 9. In the meantime, though, if anything were to arise on station, Butch and Sunny have gone through training and preparations that they can use Crew 8's Crew Dragon as their safe harbor for any reason. If they were needing to do so, and they did depart the ISS to come home, they would be returning unsuited and unpressurized, basically as cargo in Dragon, but they would have a safe way to, they'd at least be coming home safely. But if you are just joining us, we have had confirmation the hatch and nose cone, the entry cone, has been closed on the Boeing Starliner. That is confirmed by Boeing, and crews are continuing to target a deorbit burn 1 hour, 24 minutes from now. We're going to continue answering your guys' comments and questions over the next 2 hours, so make sure you send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We'll begin full commentary coverage a little bit closer to that deorbit burn, and we expect NASA coverage to begin in about an hour's time. If you haven't yet, though, take a moment, hit the like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us, share the stream again, invite people back as we get ready to watch Starliner come home after 93 days in low Earth orbit. Stay with us right here on the Launchpad Network for your full coverage of Starliner's return to Earth. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome back here to the Launchpad and our continuing Starliner Return to Earth live coverage. This is it. We are 34 minutes away from the Deorbit burn. NASA's getting ready to begin their live coverage of Starliner's reentry and landing, coming all the way back to the White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. Weather continues to look good and teams continue to target 12 a.m. Eastern Time for touchdown of the Boeing Starliner craft that's left its crew up at the International Space Station. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad. Here at TOP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you joining us here. If you haven't yet, take a moment and let us know in the chat where you're watching from. We're going to continue to answer your guys' comments and questions that you can send in the chat for free. Just make sure you tag us at the Launchpad so we can see those, and we'll get to as many of those questions as we can over the next 1 hour and 16 minutes. We're also getting a new poll set up in the chat. We want to hear from you. How do you think this return to Earth is going to go? You can let us know in the comments as well. Do you think we're going to see a successful landing, or do you think that unfortunately things might go a little bit differently? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, we want to be positive and are hoping for the best of Starliner, but we also want to be practical, and this is a spacecraft reentry and a spacecraft that has not had necessarily a perfect flight. But we're excited to see Starliner come back to Earth with that deorbit burn, committing it to reentry scheduled just 32 minutes from now. We got people tuning in from all over the world. We got Andy in Vancouver. We got Philip in Huntsville, Alabama. We've got David in Michigan. Timothy is in New Mexico. Timothy, you might actually be able to see it tonight, depending on the area. We got Shelty in New York. Welcome. Austin's in South Florida. Adam's in New Hampshire. Melody is in Chicago. Great to have you here. Mark's asking, should I be able to see it in Southern California? So we do have that view on the top right or side right of your screen. That is the reentry corridor where it will be visible during the flight path. So it is a very small flight path that will be able to see it here. So unfortunately, you will not be able to see it from California. We got William in Munich, Germany. Patty's in Springfield, Massachusetts. Welcome. We've also got Roy in Sydney, Australia. We've got Angelisis, sorry if I said that wrong, in El Paso. Ricky's in Tennessee. Xavier's in Arizona. Kathy's in Florida. John says he's on Starliner. I hope not, John. If you are, good luck. Enjoy the ride. Angel is in California. Adrian's in Melbourne, Australia. We got McDuff in Montreal, Quebec. Jean, welcome. Great to have you here. We got Ken in Pennsylvania. Canadian Spirits in BC. We got Andrew in Tennessee. And we got Taylor Swift Lover in California. I mean, how can you not be a Swiftie? Cameron's in Kentucky, and we got Renato, sorry if I said that wrong, in Guatemala. It's great to have you all joining us here. If you haven't yet, though, take a moment, engage the like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us back here as we get set to watch history of the Boeing Starliner's return, the end of the official crew flight test. Unfortunately, returning without her crew to make sure that safety is the priority. The crew of Starliner, Butch and Sunny, will return as part of Crew 9, but they will be now staying on board the International Space Station until February of 2025, a little bit longer than their original 8-day mission. If you guys have questions, you can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we'll work on answering those live. Troy, what's the difference in final missions of Dragon versus the Starliner? I'm not sure what you mean final missions, as both are still flying. But Crew 8 will stay on board station for a few more weeks till Crew 9 launches. Then they normally have a week and a half handover. Crew 8 will go home. Crew 9 is only going to fly with 2 astronauts on board. Butch and Sunny will join them officially on station, and then they will stay till February. Dreamland says they won't be home for Christmas. Super sad. Yeah, it's definitely a big thing. NASA keeps saying Butch and Sunny knew this was a test flight, knew there was a chance that they got stuck up longer, and that's their job. is that to handle this. So some interesting comments coming in from NASA, but we'll be following along as unfortunately Butch and Sunny will be up on the International Space Station a little longer than originally thought of, but I'm sure they will not complain necessarily about being on board the International Laboratory either. They've both been there before. They've both said it's like returning home. And I don't think I'd complain about a little bit of extra time on board the space station either. But safety is the priority, and that's what we're here to see tonight. Shelty's asking what will happen to the capsule if it touches down safely. Boeing will collect it, just like they would have if there was a crew. They'll make sure the area is safe. They'll approach it. They may open it. We'll have to see. But they will be treating this as if it was a normal Boeing return, Starliner return, and then they will take it back and they will investigate. Unfortunately, the area that had most of the problems is in their service module. On Dragon, we call it the trunk. That is the area for Starliner that has a lot of the thrusters. And unfortunately, that part we jettisoned prior to reentry. So with that, it is not something that we're going to be able to recover. Lyles Gaiman is asking, do you know how big the astronaut pool is available people for space? I don't have the exact number. I know they accepted and were training, I believe it was 12 or so new astronauts last year. And they've just completed training, and they do that every few years. So I'd say NASA's astronaut pool now is probably in the range of 40 to 50. And then the ESA, UK, Russia all have a group. But I'd probably say there's less than 80 worldwide that are ready, not including China. Now, we are expecting NASA to begin their live coverage here momentarily, and the moment that they do, we'll listen in for an update from NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston for an update on how things are proceeding. I'll be back giving more commentary updates throughout the stream, so you can keep sending in those questions by tagging us at the Launchpad. Also, make sure you join us over on the TLP Discord. That's where our community hangs out in between streams, and we would love to see you there. Also, if you're interested in becoming part of the TLP crew, our applications are open, and we would love to see some more of you join here on the TLP crew as we continue our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. Starliner set to have its deorbit burn 26 minutes, 30 seconds from now. Touchdown 1 hour, 9 minutes, 25 seconds away. Will Boeing Starliner make it home? It's time to watch and listen and see what happens. We are waiting an update from Johnson Space Center, and we're hoping for some live views of reentry as well. 26 minutes away. That hatch has been closed up at the top of Starliner. That was confirmed closed about an hour ago, and teams are ready to bring Starliner home. Let's listen in to Johnson Space Center.
NASA's Johnson Space Center and our coverage of Boeing's crew flight test. I'm Brandy Dean with NASA.
And I'm Lauren Brennicke with Boeing. Starliner safely departed the International Space Station and is on its way back to Earth.
Starliner is making its return autonomously tonight without NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams after a decision to return without crew was made during a flight test readiness review last week. But the team here in Mission Control will be watching over Starliner over the course of the next hour and a half as the spacecraft fires its engines to drop back into Earth's atmosphere and make its way down for a landing in New Mexico at about 11 p.m. Central or midnight Eastern.
The team here is led tonight by Flight Director Rick Henfling with weather assistance from Flight Director Mike Lammers. Henfling is just under 7 minutes away from polling the flight controllers here in the room on their readiness for Starliner to perform its deorbit burn at Starliner's landing zone. Teams in Florida, Houston, and New Mexico have been monitoring the spacecraft autonomously undocked from the International Space Station at 5:04 p.m. time while flying 260 miles over central China.
NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams National Space Station in June as part of NASA's Boeing crew flight test lifted off a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket from Complex 31 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. That was 5th. They arrived at the International Space Station on June 6th. During that June 6th rendezvous, NASA and Boeing identified helium leaks and experienced issues with the Starliner's reaction control thrusters as the spacecraft approached the space station. Since then, engineering teams have completed a significant amount of work collecting and reviewing data, conducting flight and ground testing, hosting independent reviews with agency propulsion experts, and developing various return contingency plans. Uncertainty and lack of expert concurrence did not meet the agency's safety and performance requirements for human spaceflight, thus prompting NASA's decision to return Boeing Starliner spacecraft to Earth without the astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams, aboard. The uncrewed return allows NASA to continue gathering test data on Starliner during its upcoming flight home, while also not accepting additional risk for the crew. Wilmore and Williams, meanwhile, have formally joined the Expedition 7172 crew and are going to remain at the space station conducting science experiments and helping with maintenance through February 2025. They're going to fly home aboard a Dragon spacecraft with 2 other crew members assigned to the agency's SpaceX Crew 9 mission. That is NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. On Thursday afternoon, the hatches were closed between Starliner and the International Space Station. And earlier today at 5:04 p.m. Central, the docking hooks released Starliner, allowing it to separate and begin moving away from the space station and into place for its journey home. You can see that video from earlier today playing here.
We saw a beautiful display of Starliner's thrusters there.
Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams also had some words to say for the teams here on the ground as Starliner was making its way away from the space station.
Station Houston, space to ground 2 for Starliner Undock status.
Go ahead, we're with you.
Hey, Sunny, both the Starliner and ISS flight control teams have pulled go for undock at this time. The expected undock time is 22:04.
Okay, copy, 22:04. Hey, you know, we're just looking at the flight control roster and like, wow, it is the all-star team. You guys, it is the time to bring Calypso home. You have got this. We have your backs, and you've got this. Bring her back to Earth. Good luck.
Sunny and Butch, this is Chloe. Just on behalf of the entire MO team, I know the other flight control teams around the building, we thank you for your endless support over the years. We've enjoyed every training event and every meeting. We remember every setback and every revelation with you. The teams on the ground have worked countless hours over the last few weeks, months, and for a group of us, years to bring Calypso back, and we're ready to do that today. We wish you the best of luck in your increment, and Sunny, I will make sure the right people have your coming home song ready to play on Space to Ground when it's time for you guys to come home. Good luck, and thank you.
Wonderful comments, Flight. We appreciate that, and we agree. Many years of great enjoyment, simming together, playing together, and being involved with each other's lives, and it's been special. Bring it home.
Copy. Thank you, and have a good evening.
That again was a conversation recorded earlier today between astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore talking with the Starliner flight director at the time of undocking, Chloe Meering. Since that undocking, when Starliner and the space station were flying 260 miles above central China, Starliner has been steadily increasing the distance between it and the space station, ensuring that it will be able to get into place to perform a 1017 central deorbit burn now in about 20 minutes. While it has been moving away, the flight controllers here on the ground took the opportunity to perform a few tests of Starliner's thrusters. During the test, the crew module's 12 small reaction control system thrusters, one of the jets, didn't fire when commanded. The reaction control system thrusters on the crew module are used to steer Starliner as it makes its way back down to Earth after the service module has been jettisoned. Because those 12 jets are divided into 2 redundant strings of 6, Starliner only uses 1 string during normal operations. So although this means a slight loss of redundancy, it shouldn't keep Starliner from getting through reentry and landing as expected.
Yeah, and Starliner has plenty of redundancy with this part of the prop system on the capsule, so no impact to the deorbit burn or reentry, and it's not required for flight rules. The team also tested 10 of the 28 reaction control system jets in the service module after undocking, and they all performed as expected.
And here on the ground, the team just gave their go officially to Rick Henfling, today's flight director, meaning that tonight's landing of Starliner is on. That again is scheduled to happen, touchdown at 11 p.m. Central Time or midnight Eastern Time. Once again, Flight Director Rick Henfling has gotten a go from Starliner's for Starliner's deorbit burn from all of the flight controllers watching over the spacecraft's return tonight. And that again means we are officially on for Starliner's return to Earth at about 11 p.m. Central Time or midnight Eastern. The deorbit burn at 10:17 p.m. Central Time is now just 17 minutes away. That'll be a 59-second firing of 4 of Starliner's orbital maneuvering and attitude control thrusters on Starliner's service module. And joining us live from Starliner's landing zone with White Sands at White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico, our colleagues Leah Cheshire from NASA Public Affairs and Boeing's Josh Barrett. Leah and Josh, how is it going out there?
Thanks, Brandy. It is going well out here. We are out here in White Sands. The weather right now is about 75 degrees and very light winds, approximately 6 miles per hour. This looks like potentially a picture from earlier today. It is quite dark out here at this point. We have a beautiful view of the stars, and we are lined up in the convoy getting ready to roll.
That's right, Leah. So I've been out here for both of Starliner's previous landings. The first one was very cold. The second one was quite warm, and this one feels just about right. We're following along with 2 command vehicles. We've got the MLCC, or the Mobile Landing Control Center. They're tied in down in Mission Control in Houston with the people that you're seeing on your screen right now. We also have the MDTV, that's the Mobile Data and Tracking Vehicle, and on top of that, it's got a suite of optics on top. There's an infrared camera and 2 visible cameras, one of them with a telescopic focus. So those will be the first things that we'll be seeing Starliner with here from the landing zone, and you should be seeing those on your screens as well. And Leah's got a few more things that she'll talk about that should get some cameras on Starliner as well.
Yeah, especially the WB-57, NASA's plane. That took off just a few hours ago, just as we were heading out here to the landing site. So we arrived here at about 6 p.m. local time, which is mountain time. And since then have been getting ready, lining up, doing communications checks between the various teams, and just getting ready to eventually drive out to the landing site once Starliner comes down. So it is a sea of white gypsum sand out here. And teams are continuing to just prepare as soon as we get into that deorbit burn. So they are actually in a huddle right now, talking through some of the next steps for tonight, getting ready to come and join us here in the convoy as we await to see the deorbit burn. So with that, right now, we are going to turn it back over to you, Brandy and Lauren. We are going to stick around, though, and cannot wait to see Starliner coming straight across the sky. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Leah and Josh. We are hoping to get some good views from where you guys are at later today.
Now, once we make that final burn to get out of orbit today, it'll take about 45 minutes for Starliner to reach its destination. Again, White Sands Space Harbor, New Mexico, where we just spoke with our colleagues from. Starliner is currently flying with its solar arrays pointed toward the sun, recharging the internal batteries to keep its systems powered through landing. The orbital maneuvering and attitude control thrusters, or what we call OMACs, will fire for about a minute to conduct the deorbit burn. That maneuver slows the spacecraft down from orbital velocities and allows it to start falling back to Earth in a head-down position. At the end of that deorbit burn, Starliner angles itself for reentry.
The deorbit burn is just the first in a series of milestones we're going to be ticking off tonight. To give you the full rundown, deorbit burn is scheduled for 10:17 p.m. Central. As we said, we just got the go for that a few minutes ago. It's going to be followed by the separation of the crew module from the service module at 10:20 p.m. and the crew module will then continue on its own. At 10:45 p.m., Starliner will begin to feel the effects of the Earth's atmosphere again for the first time since its ascent in June. And a few minutes later, around 10:47, the heat from Starliner's reentry will become so intense that that plasma will begin to form around the spacecraft, causing a blackout in communications with Starliner for about 4.5 minutes. Once Starliner clears that blackout period, things will begin to happen very quickly.
Yeah, so then up next at 10:56, when Starliner is about 4.3 miles above Earth, the spacecraft will be done with the forward heat shield that is at the top of the capsule that helped protect it through reentry, and it will jettison it to make way for the parachutes that are stored underneath. And then almost immediately, those parachutes will begin to deploy. First with 2 smaller drogue parachutes that are meant to take the edge off Starliner's speed. They open up in stages over the course of about 28 seconds. And then at 10:57 p.m., when Starliner is about 6 miles up, the drogue parachutes are released and 3 main parachutes are deployed. They also open in stages over about 16 seconds, but they stay with the spacecraft all the way until touchdown. And again, we are expecting that touchdown to come at 11 p.m. Central. Just before the touchdown, however, at 10:58 p.m., Starliner also sheds its base heat shield at the bottom of the capsule to make way for the inflation of 6 landing airbags hidden underneath it. And those will cushion the vehicle as it lands in New Mexico's desert.
It's probably worth mentioning that we do not have video from Starliner. If you think back to June on its ascent and journey to the International Space Station, it's not able to send video down when it's not connected to the space station, so we won't be getting in-flight views from it, but we do have several cameras out at the landing site as well as some aircraft in the area that we are hoping to get some views from. But of course, it is going to be pretty dark out in the desert at night, so they may be infrared or black and white views, but hopefully we'll get some good camera views to show you.
And we're taking a live look now from the landing site, but the shot is quite dark at the moment. You can see just a few lights blinking there. Hopefully, as we get closer to the ground, as Starliner gets closer down, we will have some better shots. The landing and recovery teams have been out in the desert preparing for the spacecraft's return for several days. I've been speaking with them to catch up on some of the preps that have been taking place. They ran through a full mission dress rehearsal where they practiced the landing and recovery operation with all the different groups and functions. And they've also been keeping a close eye on the wind direction to establish the best recovery zone out at White Sands. They've even sent up some weather balloons to check the wind speeds.
Tracking vehicles out there are equipped with cameras, so the team has been calibrating those. And again, although we don't expect any views from Starliner on its way down, we're hoping to get some good ones from those tracking cameras as well as aircraft in the area. We plan to have the WB-57 getting views while it is about 16,000 feet above the ground until the drogue parachutes deploy. And then at about 6,000 feet, we hope to see views from a Cessna in the area. And this is actually a current view of the Cessna as it makes its way out to the landing site at White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. And this is a shot from one of the ground cameras that we have on site. So again, although it is dark there, we are hoping to see some good views.
And in the last few hours, the teams there on the ground have been at the holding area loading up their vehicles, doing last-minute checks, making sure all the equipment is ready to go, and then shortly they'll begin moving into place to watch Starliner make its final approach. And then once Starliner lands, teams will move closer in a very strategic way. They will first stop at about the 500-foot mark away from the spacecraft, and then they'll move in closer to the 150-foot mark while ground teams safe the vehicle.
That first team on site with Starliner will be what we call the gold team. They start recovery operations by performing what's called a sniff test, where they use sensors to check for hydrazine, one of the propellants that Starliner uses. They'll be wearing protective gear known as hazmat suits to prevent exposure to hypergolic propellants. Hydrazine is used as a propellant, and if it turns into a vapor, it can be toxic. After the sniff test, they will notify the rest of the convoy when it's safe to approach, and then they're going to check the winds, make sure the entire landing and recovery team is staged uprange from the direction the wind is blowing for added protection.
Now, everyone out there is part of a different color team, and they wear a vest with that color, so it's very obvious who does what. So the next step is the silver team, and their first job is to ground the spacecraft. Starliner will be powered down, but there could be some residual electricity. So before anyone can touch it, they will ground it and discharge it.
Teams here on the ground are reporting that everything is getting into good configuration for the deorbit burn. That's now just about 6.5 minutes away. Going on with what we were saying, we also will have the blue team that documents everything that's going on at the landing site. These are photographers from both Boeing and NASA who have situational awareness cameras. And again, here's a current view of those teams all ready to deploy at landing.
Yeah, that's the holding site that we were mentioning. And then, of course, you can see the mountains there in the background in this black and white view. And the green team hooks up the HVAC trailers to Starliner to get cooling on it, but their first job is to put up an environmental enclosure on the spacecraft. And that enclosure looks a lot like a big inflatable. It wraps around the vehicle to get cool air around it and make sure the critical systems don't overheat.
Then the red team opens the hatch. That is mostly Boeing Fire and Rescue. They will back up the mobile access platform to Starliner's hatch, giving the team access.
And Starliner will be bringing back more than 900 pounds of cargo, including a nitrogen oxygen recharge system, or what we call NORS tank, that NASA will service and refill for future space station needs. The teams will unload that cargo before Starliner heads back to Florida.
Just over 5 minutes to go now until tonight's 10:17 p.m. Central Time deorbit burn. Team here on the ground reports that Starliner has gotten into the right attitude, kind of the right way it's pointing for that burn. So everything is looking good. We're on track for landing at 11 p.m. Central, midnight Eastern. With just a couple minutes or 4 minutes left to go until the deorbit burn, we're going to check in once again with the landing team and Leah Cheshire and Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Brandy. Yeah, we are out here just waiting in the convoy area. Now, most of the team is taking part in a safety briefing right now as we prepare to watch the deorbit burn and the reentry and then move in toward the spacecraft. Like you mentioned, it's really dark out here. Josh and I were just able to take in the really beautiful sight of the Milky Way. It's so dark. So once the capsule starts to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, we expect to have a pretty good view of the streak as that plasma builds up around the capsule itself.
That's right. We should be seeing it come just over the southwest horizon, right through the saddle of kind of the mountains that are just overlooking the mountain range here. And remembering back to OFT1, kind of the view that we should be having here is that we'll hear the sonic booms as well after we see kind of that plasma envelope. And then pretty quickly afterward, it is pretty remarkable how quickly it does end up over our heads. We'll see the flashes from the mortars, which deploy those forward heat shield parachutes, which take the forward heat shield off. Then we start hearing those mortars, and then the parachutes start to deploy. And then it's kind of slow motion from there as it drifts down.
And we're seeing a lot of movement as teams have just completed that safety briefing here. So they're now all walking to join us at the convoy. So it looks like we are just a few minutes away from the deorbit burn, and the show is really getting on the road soon. So with that, we're going to turn it back over to you in Houston.
We are now just over 2 minutes away from the deorbit burn. At this point, Starliner has moved well away from the International Space Station and quite a few kilometers ahead of it as well. We had a number of smaller burns to ensure that Starliner was at a safe distance away from the space station before it performs the deorbit burn that will bring it out of orbit and on its journey back to Earth.
And Flight Director Rick Henfling and his team expect Starliner's orbital maneuvering attitude control thrusters, also called OMACs, to fire around 10:17 Central Time, pushing the spacecraft out of its orbital flight path and onto its journey home. This deorbit burn will set us up for a touchdown time of about 11 p.m. Central or 10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time out there in White Sands, New Mexico.
Once it's there, control teams in Houston will begin powering off Starliner's radiators and solar arrays as the spacecraft now has enough power to get home, and sublimators will be taking over cooling. They use water to cool the cabin. Starliner is also, as we said, now in the correct attitude for performing the deorbit burn, and at this point, the service module and crew capsule are still attached to each other. 4 of the service module's 12 aft-facing orbital maneuvering and attitude control engines are going to be powering the deorbit burn, allowing them to separate safely.
And those engines are each 1,500-pound thrusters, meaning this burn will take about 6,000 pounds of thrust, slowing Starliner from its current orbital velocity and bringing it back to Earth's atmosphere for a smooth landing. The Small Reaction Control System, or RCS thrusters, assist here in holding Starliner in the correct attitude. During this test flight, our teams ran roughly 1 million computer model simulations showing all the different thruster combinations possible for a safe return to Earth today.
Just 20 seconds now until the burn starts. It'll last 59 seconds. And again, you be firing those orbital maneuvering and attitude control thrusters. Four orbital maneuvering and attitude control thrusters on Starliner's service module are now firing, slowing Starliner down as the capsule begins its journey back to Earth. This will take about 59 seconds to complete. We're hearing all thrusters firing well so far. You can see here those representation of those thrusters firing. Starliner's maintaining its attitude, and as those large orbital maneuvering thrusters are firing, smaller reaction control system thrusters are also working, keeping the spacecraft in the correct position for the burn. Still looking good. And we did see the Deorbit burn cut off successfully. Teams here on the ground reporting a good burn. Starliner is now on its way to White Sands Space Harbor, New Mexico, and a planned touchdown at about 11 p.m. Central, midnight Eastern Time.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. With that confirmation, Starliner is committed to re-entry. The deorbit burn, having been conducted 2 minutes ago, burning for 59 seconds, has locked Starliner in on a return to White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. Touchdown 39 minutes. 30 seconds from now, you're looking at a view into NASA's Johnson Space Center, and on the center of your screen, you can see those graphs that are currently being updated with the latest telemetry of the trajectory it's coming in on. On the far right side of your screen, we do have the predicted path of re-entry with the times. So if you do happen to be out in Mexico, Baja California, or New Mexico, you may be able to see this. Otherwise, very unlikely that you will, but make sure if you do, take a photo or video and send it in to us at TLPN_official on X or Launchpad Network on Facebook or Instagram or via our Discord. We're going to continue listening into Johnson Mission Control, but we're answering your guys' comments and questions. You can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we'll work on answering those live. Many more things have to go right for Starliner to come home here tonight, and we want to hear from you in the chat. How do you think tonight's going to go? Perfect return and landing? A hard landing? Does it technically land but in pieces? Or are we going to see a RUD? We are now committed to re-entry. Starliner is coming home. And let's see how the next 38.5 minutes play out as the crew flight test of Boeing Starliner comes to an end. Let's listen back into NASA and Boeing Mission Control.
And the service module has just jettisoned, separated, and is now falling away. It will burn up during reentry over a remote part of the Pacific Ocean. And Starliner will continue on its path to New Mexico, where the landing and recovery team is waiting for touchdown. Starliner is now angling itself and its heat shield for reentry. The entry interface is coming up in just about 10 minutes. That's the hottest part of the reentry process, with Starliner's heat shield reaching about 3,000 degrees. To protect Starliner from those heat loads, the spacecraft has what's called an ablative heat shield. The outer surface of that shield heats up to a gas, which then carries the heat away from the crew module through convection. And our team calls this process a game of threes because during entry interface, the heat shield will handle those temperatures of about 3,000 degrees, but it will convert that heat to about 300 degrees with only 3 inches of ablator. And because of this protection during this hottest part of reentry, the inside of the spacecraft remains at about room temperature. When Starliner returned from its last 2 flights, the capsules landed with 2 black stripes up the sides, indicating the heat shield was ablated as intended. So we do expect to see that again today, and the team considers that a bit of a badge of honor.
Once again, we did see Starliner deorbit or performance deorbit burn on time at 10:17 p.m. Central Time, and then quickly turned around and jettisoned its service module now that it has performed its duty over the course of the mission. We are still about 20 minutes away from entry interface, but things will start to happen quickly after that. About 4 minutes after we go into the entry interface, the heat from Starliner's reentry will become so intense that the plasma will begin to form around the spacecraft, causing a blackout in communications with Starliner for about 4.5 minutes. And after that, we'll see Starliner jettison its forward heat shield that's been protecting the parachutes during reentry. Then, when Starliner is around 30,000 feet above the ground, the spacecraft's parachute sequence will begin. Two drogue parachutes will start slowing Starliner down, and then they'll detach, and 3 main parachutes will deploy and inflate. At about 3,000 feet off the ground, the base heat shield jettisons, exposing the airbags, and then at touchdown, those airbags absorb the initial force of landing, cushioning the spacecraft for a soft, safe return to Earth. Currently, Starliner is about 213 miles above the South Pacific Ocean. It's just past the southernmost portion of this final orbit, coming around the southern coast of Australia, and now it's going to begin making its way northward towards the west coast of the United States for that landing at 11 p.m. Central Time, midnight Eastern Time at White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. Again, we've had the deorbit burn that took place just as planned at 10:17, a 59-second burn that changed the Starliner speed by about 290 miles per hour, 130 meters per second. That made way for the service module separation, and the next milestone we'll be watching for is the entry interface coming up around 10:45. Still about 10 minutes away. Live view here of the recovery forces staged near the landing site, ready to move in once Starliner touches down. We are ticking off milestones as expected for that 11 p.m. Central, midnight Eastern, or 10 p.m. Mountain Time touchdown today in New Mexico.
Again, Starliner performed its deorbit burn about 12 minutes ago. The thrusters performed nominally, and the flight home is going smooth.
We're still about 14 minutes away from the entry interface, which is our next milestone. I think I said earlier that we were 10 minutes away. That was a mistake. But about 14 minutes from now, we'll be experiencing the atmosphere for the first time since Starliner launched. And since we do have a little time, we're going to check back in with the landing team. Leah and Josh, how are things going out there?
Thanks, Brandy. Yeah, that was a great view of the landing convoy all lined up. I was just watching some of the Gold team members getting suited up. As you mentioned earlier, that's going to be the first team to come in and inspect the vehicle. They're sniffing for those hypergalls or any of those dangerous fumes before the rest of the teams get the go to move in and approach the capsule. Of course, it's kind of a waiting game right now as we are still waiting to spot Starliner coming from the southwest. So a lot of us are outside of the convoy right now and keeping our eyes on the skies.
Yeah, that's right. We've got about just under probably 3 dozen vehicles all lined up in 3 rows, just waiting to get that touchdown signal. Again, going through that convoy list that you guys went through already so well. Behind that Gold team, after Starliner is declared safe, the Silver team moves in and they do the electrical grounding. They'll also stabilize the vehicle just in case the airbags start deflating. We make sure that the hatch has a good stable orientation for Red team to come in, and they're the ones with the hatch orientation. And once the Red team establishes hatch access, actually the Silver team has a fun job tonight in the dark. They're going to go start looking for the pieces that came off of Starliner, those heat shields, some of those lids from those parachute mortars. And then after that, after Red team has hatch access and opens up the hatch, NASA's ISS program folks are going to come in for the cargo inspection.
So again, we are expecting to start seeing Starliner coming across the horizon around the time that entry interface begins. But until then, just wanted to give you guys a hit from the landing site and the latest that we have going on here. So we'll toss it back over to you in Mission Control, Houston.
Thanks so much, Leah and Josh. We are watching for that entry interface as well. We're now about 12 minutes away. Starliner continuing to make good progress following in that 10:17 p.m. Central Time deorbit burn.
Again, we're looking at the landing and recovery team set up at the holding zone there at White Sands. Josh and Leah are embedded with that convoy, and they will make a very strategic move toward the spacecraft after touchdown, first stopping at about the 500-foot mark, and then they'll get the go to move forward to the 150-foot mark, and then once the vehicle is considered safe, they will move in.
With the deorbit burn complete and the service module separated, the spacecraft's heat shield is now exposed and ready to begin experiencing the atmosphere again. The Starliner is going to make some final attitude adjustments that keep that heat shield pointing at exactly the right angle.
And next up after that is entry interface, again, just coming up in a few minutes. At 400,000 feet above Earth, Starliner faces temperatures of 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit from the plasma created by air friction around the spacecraft. But Starliner can handle that heat with its heat shield, which is made of an ablative material designed to keep the inside of the spacecraft at about 70 degrees.
A few minutes later, Starliner will experience an expected blackout in communications, and that will last for about 4.5 minutes. At 30,000 feet and just 11 minutes before landing, Starliner jettisons its forward heat shield, exposing the spacecraft's parachute system. Then 2 drogue chutes will deploy, increasing drag and significantly slowing down Starliner. Then 3 pilot parachutes will pull out the main chutes, allowing the spacecraft to continue its slow and steady descent for another 8,000 feet towards the landing zone.
And once the main parachutes are fully inflated, Starliner's bucket handle releases. And what that does is it just basically levels out the spacecraft ahead of touchdown. And then the base heat shield that protected Starliner through reentry will separate at about 3,000 feet, uncovering the landing airbags. Those airbags, of course, will fill with nitrogen, allowing for Starliner to land softly and safely there in the sand.
Less than 10 minutes to go now before we do get to that entry interface point, and now just 24 and a half minutes away from the landing at White Sands Space Harbor. Everything's pretty quiet in the room, which is a good sign. Things are continuing to go smoothly as Starliner begins making its way back to Earth.
You're taking a look there at Flight Directors Rick Henfling on the left, speaking with Mike Lammers on the right. Rick is the flight director for this landing operation. Mike is weather flight director. They are tag teaming this operation.
Team has been keeping a close eye on weather at the landing site, but everything looks pretty good for tonight's touchdown.
Yeah, about 79 degrees Fahrenheit out there. They reported 10 miles of visibility. The winds are within the limits, so we are looking good for a touchdown. Coming up right about 11 o'clock p.m. Central Time.
Seven minutes to go now until entry interface, and then that intense heating will start about 2 minutes after we do begin the interface. That'll last about 4.5 minutes, during which time we'll be in a blackout. Starliner is currently about 130 miles, 149 miles rather, above the Pacific Ocean, heading northward towards the western coast of the United States, and it's touchdown in New Mexico.
We're taking a look here at the landing trajectory. There on the left of your screen, you can see that line that crosses over the Baja Peninsula, and that is the track Starliner will take as it makes its way into New Mexico. As it gets closer to the ground, people living in the area might get a bright shot of Starliner coming back through the atmosphere and landing there in White Sands, New Mexico.
You can also see there in the center of the screen the to-do list, basically, before we do get to landing. The service module separations highlighted in green because that one's already taken place. And next up is the entry interface, about 5 minutes away from now.
And flight controllers here in the room are reporting good attitude for that entry interface coming up again in just under 5 minutes.
And if you're just joining us, you are looking at a live view of White Sands Space Harbor and the recovery teams awaiting Boeing Starliner as it's set to have atmospheric interface and begin the final part of its reentry. We're just minutes away from that communication blackout beginning and the plasma buildup around Starliner, officially bringing it back into the Earth's atmosphere. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad Network, and here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together. Starliner launched with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams 93 days, 12 hours, 51 minutes ago for an 8-day mission to the International Space Station. After 93 days, Starliner has departed the space station, but the crew remains on board. Butch and Suni will now become part of Crew 9, coming home in February of 2025. Crew 9 set to launch in a couple of weeks from now, with only 2 astronauts on board, leaving room for Butch and Suni. We've been live bringing you full coverage all the way from prior to ISS Undock through the Deorbit burn, and now here we are ready for atmospheric interface and touchdown of the Boeing Starliner. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream again, even if you have. Invite people back and join us, as this is normally the most beautiful part of watching a capsule come home, but also the scariest part. Does it make it through reentry? The most dangerous part, really, of most of these missions is coming back to Earth and fighting through the Earth's atmosphere. We're going to listen back into NASA, Johnson Mission Control, and the teams down at White Sands Space Harbor as we prepare for communication blackout with Starliner as it begins its 7 minutes of re-entry as it heads back down to Earth after 93 days in space. You can keep sending in your questions in the chat by taking us at the Launchpad. We'll work on answering those live, and I'll answer more on commentary following touchdown. But Godspeed, Starliner. Come home.
Less than a minute now until we begin entry interface. Again, about 2 minutes after entry interface starts, we'll begin seeing the heating really get intense, and we'll go into a 4.5-minute blackout. Team here in the ground reporting entry interface has begun. They're seeing good range. Seeing another view from the landing site, or the teams getting ready to move out to the landing site here. A little better idea from this view of exactly how dark it is out there with all the lights of the vehicle shining. A minute and a half until we move into the blackout period for Starliner. And 14.5 minutes until we land in White Sands, New Mexico.
The Starliner enters Earth's atmosphere at 17 times the speed of sound, which could create a sonic boom for folks living in the area. It will then be slowed down by parachutes to a speed very similar to what you might experience while going down an elevator inside a high-rise building. The vehicle then comes to a safe, comfortable stop at landing.
Seconds now until the blackout period begin. Due to the compression of friction and friction of the air, the molecules generate a very hot plasma that causes the red-orange glow you often see appear in post-flight imagery on many spacecraft. Although we won't get to see that tonight, it will happen. It causes an expected communication dropout. This one will last 4.5 minutes as the vehicle goes through a time when the plasma interferes with the satellite signal. We expect that blackout to end around 10:52 p.m. Central.
Well, this is also the time that I mentioned earlier where a Starliner in the past 2 flights has gotten that black mark along the sides of it, and that just really proves to our team that the ablative heat shield or the ablative material around Starliner is doing its job, and the heat shield is pushing that plasma away.
This blackout time again lasts about 4.5 minutes. We've got about 3.5 left of it. After that, the milestones we'll be watching for include forward heat shield jettison at 10:56 when Starliner is about 4.3 miles above the Earth. Very soon after that, almost immediately, drogue chutes deploy. Those give a little bit of an initial slowdown to the vehicle before the really large main parachutes deploy. That happens when the Starliner is about 2.5 miles above the Earth. This is a live view from the International Space Station where we're able to get a view of Starliner's track as it comes in. We are now less than 10 minutes away from landing at the White Sands Space Harbor, scheduled for 11 p.m. Central. We're also getting reports that the WB-57 is also able to see Starliner now as it begins coming in for its landing. We've still got just about a minute left to go before Starliner comes out of its blackout period. And this is a view from the WB-57, one of NASA's aircraft that is at the landing site, has been staged and ready to pick Starliner or pick up the view of Starliner as it comes in, and that is what we are seeing now.
And they're filming this video from about 16,000 feet.
The WB-57 should continue to give us a view until the drogue parachutes deploy, and then we hope to pick it up with the Cessna that is also in the area.
And flight controllers here in the room are reporting that we are out of that blackout period and everything is looking good. Starliner remaining nominal as she returns to Earth.
Again, this is a view from the WB-57.
Starliner showing a beautiful streak across the sky as she returns to White Sands, New Mexico. We're about 3 minutes away from the forward heat shield jettisoning. That's the next milestone we're looking for.
Starliner is currently about 27 miles above the Earth, and the team at White Sands reporting that they have seen it. We got a tally hole from them reported remotely.
That means they are seeing Starliner from the ground there in New Mexico.
This view is coming from the Cessna that's also in the area, picking up Starliner now from its lower altitude, about 6,000 feet above, whereas the WB-57 is about 16,000 feet up. We are now just 6 minutes and 22 seconds away from landing. We should also just be a couple minutes away from the forward heat shield jettison, which will bring on the drogue parachute deploy, followed by the main parachutes.
And the strobe lights on Starliner are now on. Starliner is now over the landing site, and that strobe light will help the teams actually track Starliner on the ground because it is very dark out there.
Now about 12 miles above the landing site and just 5 minutes away from landing. Watching now for the forward heat shield jettison. That should be coming up, again making way for the parachute deployment.
All right, and that action you're seeing on your screen, forward heat shield and drogues out.
Really interesting view of this coming down from the WB-57. See those two drogue parachutes now deployed. They slow the vehicle down initially until it gets to a safe speed for the enormous main parachutes to follow. About 4 minutes to go until touchdown. Now back to a view from the Cessna aircraft in the vicinity of the landing site. Again, this is a view from a little lower than the WB-57 we were seeing.
The next thing we're going to see here is the 3 main parachutes come out, and everything will happen pretty quickly from that point on.
After those mains are out, we'll see the bottom heat shield that has been protecting Starliner through its journey through the atmosphere come off. That makes way for the landing airbags to deploy.
And there's the main parachutes there on your screen. We see 3 out, currently reefing.
And the teams at the landing recovery teams report that they heard the booms as those came out.
3 good mains fully open there. You can see Starliner in a slight tilt, so we're going to see the rotation handle move here shortly, and it will level out Starliner. But 3 good parachutes, looking great.
Just a little over 2 minutes until the expected landing time, and we heard the rotational handle has been released, so you can see that tilt evened out. Next up is the back heat shield jettison. And there it goes. That again makes way for the airbag inflation.
Nice to see that. You can see the airbags deploying there on your screen. Those airbags are filled with nitrogen as they guide Starliner safely back to the desert floor. Just a beautiful sight as Starliner makes its way to the sands of New Mexico. And flight controllers confirming 6 good airbags.
This view still coming to us from the Cessna. We've got just about a minute left to go until the expected touchdown. I'll be watching for that time for you.
Just about 15 seconds away from expected touchdown. You're seeing the ground there in your screen as we get closer. Touchdown. Starliner is back on Earth. That landing coming at 11:01 and 35 seconds Central Time, 10:01 and 31 seconds Mountain Time at White Sands Space Harbor at the U.S. Army's Missile Range in New Mexico. Our landing and recovery teams will now wait for clearance before making their way to the spacecraft.
One of the changes required with no crew on board is that the team here in the flight control room will be the ones to command the parachute to be cut away so that the wind doesn't pull the capsule along, but that's no problem for them. So now with Starliner down, they can begin working on some of the post-landing to-do items. Again, we saw Starliner touchdown at 11:01 p.m. Central Time. That's 1 minute after midnight Eastern Time, or 10:01 p.m. Central at the landing site in New Mexico. This is a view from the Cessna, still watching the drones slowly make their own way down. Those, of course, are the drogue parachutes that preceded the main parachutes, first slowing Starliner down before the large parachutes opened.
And really just a flawless and beautiful descent of Starliner today. We even heard some cheers and clapping in the background.
And some amazing views from White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. Boeing Starliner Calypso, welcome back to Earth. 93 days after launching, left its crew on board the station, but Calypso did it and has successfully landed at White Sands in New Mexico there. It looked like a really great landing. We're watching these drogue chutes now come down as crews prepare to approach the Starliner spacecraft. We're not too sure how long NASA will stay alive on this, but congratulations, Boeing, on bringing Calypso home, and it looked like it was a beautiful ride back. Of course, teams are going to have to evaluate a lot, and there'll be lots of more news coming around Starliner over the weeks and months to come, and you can catch that all right here on the Launchpad. If it was your first time here, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. We just moved down here to the Space Coast to bring you full coverage as we get ready to begin the countdown to launch coverage for Artemis 2. There's so many more launches coming up the rest of this year. We got Vulcan, New Glenn, Falcon 9, Falcon 9 Crew, Falcon Heavy. We've got Starship, we've got PSLV, we've got Soyuz, we've got Electron, we've got H2A, we've got H3, Electron Haste, and who knows what else we're going to throw in there by the end of the year. And we hope that you will join us here at the Launchpad as your live launch provider. We're going to listen back into NASA Johnson for the remainder of this show. Of course, we do have our countdown to launch coverage for Polaris Dawn running. Stay up to date on the latest developments for Polaris Dawn over on our live broadcast for that. Currently counting 51 hours and counting till launch, targeting 3:38 a.m. Monday morning. We'll be there live on site. But let's listen back into NASA Johnson Space Center and the Boeing recovery crews as they get ready to approach Starliner Calypso. Stay with us.
This shot, but there is a strobe light on Starliner that will help the teams follow it out there.
And the recovery team is on the move, but I think Leah Cheshire and Josh Barrett, our colleagues out there, may be able to give us one last update. Leah and Josh, can you hear us?
Great landing of Calypso. I don't think there could be a better birthday.
Obviously, we did have really a great show. We were able to see the cameras that you were watching too from the WB-57, from the Cessna, from the International Space Station. But
Leah, can I interrupt you?
Yes.
Concur. It's been a really amazing day.
We were hearing a bit from Space to Ground there, but I think they've concluded, unfortunately. We'll see if we can get a recording of that for folks listening at home. But Leah, go ahead with your update.
Yeah, sorry about that. Couldn't hear that one here. So, but here
Sunny, MCCH here. Rick just wanted to offer that he's got one more hour here.
It's his birthday here.
Yeah, and that's what counts. Yeah, it was a good landing. It's pretty awesome.
You guys are the best. You are the best.
Thank you.
Sonny Williams there, offering a slightly early happy birthday to Flight Director Rick Hempling. He will be celebrating his birthday on September 7th, but technically in Houston, we're still a little less than an hour away from that. They are, of course, already on September 7th at the International Space Station. But Leah, if you were still with us, we'll still take that update if you can give it to us.
Yeah, so as I was saying, we got to see the capsule and the plasma trail coming up over the mountains from the southwest. And we were all still standing outside the convoy to watch that happen. But the most unexpected part was when I could hear the main parachutes being deployed. It was very faint, just a little bit of a rumble. But that strobe light really helped us identify Starliner as it was descending, and it would reflect a little bit up onto those parachutes. So we actually had a decent view as it was coming down under those chutes. And now we are actually on the drive out, and we can see the strobe light. It's giving us a great direction as we head toward the capsule.
Yeah, that's right. We are actually making our way down the former space shuttle runway, literally driving right down the middle of it. Starliner is a little bit towards the southern end, so we see that strobe kind of in the distance there. But we will make our way to the 500-foot mark, where Gold Team will move in and begin their assessments. And then once they declare that proximity operations can begin, the recovery ops will really get underway.
And with that, I think we were going to toss it back to you, Brandy and Lauren. If you don't hear from us again tonight, just wanted to say thanks for letting us be part of the broadcast and give you the perspective of all the hardworking ground teams, both NASA and Boeing, out here at White Sands in New Mexico. So with that, sending it back over to Mission Control Houston.
Thanks so much, Josh and Leah. It's great to see Starliner home, and I envy you the up-close view, but we appreciate your updates.
I do too. Starliner has returned safely. Well done to the entire team for completing the mission with a successful undocking, deorbit, and landing. Starliner has once again proven herself a safe ride to and from space. On behalf of the entire Boeing team, welcome home, Calypso.
And with that, we will also wrap up our coverage tonight. We would like for you to stay tuned for our 12:30 a.m. post-landing news conference. That is 12:30 a.m. Central Time, so about an hour and a half, a little less than an hour and a half from now, when we'll be giving you final thoughts on the activities of the night. But Starliner is home. Again, the landing came at 11:01 p.m. Central Time. And with that, we will sign off. Thank you so much for following along with us. This is Mission Control Houston.
And with that, Boeing Starliner Calypso is home. If it was your first time here on the Launchpad Network, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here. We're broadcasting from our TOP Space Coast HQ and studio. Make sure you engage that subscribe button to stay up to date on the latest launch coverage, space news updates, and exclusive one-on-one interviews. Looking at the launch schedule ahead, we've got Polaris Dawn launching on a historic mission on Monday. We have a Radar 8 launch on an H-2 rocket next Wednesday, as well as a Soyuz launching to the International Space Station with the Russian crew. You can catch that all live right here on the Launchpad Network. You can stay up to date on the latest launches at tlpnetwork.com/launches. That's where our up-to-date launch calendar is. And join us in our community over on our TLP Discord. The link is in the description and in the chat, and we'd love to see you there. If you, too, would like to help inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, you can become part of our team by filling in an application. We're expanding our team with moderators, rocket chasers, launch commentators, journalists, and more. So definitely check that out. Positions available around the world to volunteer on our team. That is going to do it, though, for us. Wrapping up an incredible 93 days since Starliner launched. Over 100 days of coverage of Countdown to Launch of the Starliner crew flight test. But just like that, Starliner, I beg to say, CFT1 mission mostly complete. We still got to get the crew home, but they're coming home on Crew 9. That's going to do it for us from our TLP Space Coast studio. We will see you next time because space is better together. Welcome home, Calypso. Good night.